You're watching Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Well, welcome to Local 5's election night coverage. The polls are set to close in just under a half hour now as last-minute voters cast their decision.
Yes, we are getting so close to that time. You know, we do have a busy night ahead here as this election is going to decide the next president of the United States and also those key legislative seats. Now, we do have team coverage, live team coverage. Our reporters are standing by at candidate watch parties in Des Moines. They're giving you the latest reaction on those vote numbers as they come in and those eventual results. We also have a team of political analysts who are going to be on standby for us throughout the night. On the Democratic side, we have Pete D'Alessandro. He is a longtime activist and political advisor for local, state, and national campaigns. Then for Republican context, we've got Ed Fahler. He is a former senior aide for former Senate Majority Leader Bill Dix. And we also have Adrian Allier. He is the assistant professor of political science at Drake University. Wave, fellas. I guess there we go. We got 2 out of 3. And they're going to be providing us those the key context we're going to need throughout the night.
That's right. And one of those key races that we are following, of course, here in our state, but nationwide, they've got their eyes on this one, is the 3rd Congressional District, where Republican incumbent Zack Nunn is hoping to be reelected to a second term. Our Dana Searles is down at the Republican watch party right now. Dana, this has got to be the hardest part of the night, really the campaign season for Team Nunn right now, waiting on those last votes.
Oh, absolutely, Stephanie. They just keep saying the waiting game is the worst part. They've done everything they could up until this point, and now you just wait for these results. But I can tell you this room is just getting louder and louder by the minute. It's really starting to fill up since I last talked to you guys, and I can tell you everyone tells me they are cautiously optimistic, waiting for these results. Every time a race is announced in Trump's favor, everyone is clapping. This room is very energetic right now. I spoke with the Nunn campaign a few minutes ago, just about 30 minutes ago, and they tell me he is feeling confident in his campaign. He's been on the campaign trail talking to voters. They say every voter that he has talked to, they feel positive about the feedback they've heard from them. His campaign tells me that he really spent the day he took the day to spend with his family. He went out to vote with his wife this morning and his 6 kids, and then he just wanted to hunker down and, like you said, make that waiting game happen. So the entire time, Nunn finds himself in yet another very close race. He was in the same position back in 2022 when he defeated incumbent Cindy Axne by just over 2,000 points. Really goes to show you how tight this district is. Nunn tells me he welcomes that competition. He really enjoys it. He says it's good for democracy, and he says it helps him prove that he is a bipartisan congressman. But this entire campaign, Nunn is really running on his issues and his record that he has shown in Congress so far. He says that was just his freshman year. He says he's ready to get back there to DC, and he's eager to keep going.
We've helped working class families keep more of their money. We want to ensure that long-term tax credits so that a family with children can afford the expensive things of childcare, rent, and being able to keep food on the table. We want to make sure that we're working in a bipartisan way, as we've done for the last 2 years, to provide real solutions for Iowans for what they're asking for.
But in this race, both campaigns have just been stressing that every single vote counts. It's really going to come down to the wire. We'll be watching it all trickle in throughout the night, and we'll see how this night's going, see how the mood is changing. I can tell you right now, though, very excited out here, very confident. You can really feel the energy as it just gets louder and louder, and more people are coming in. But like I said, going to come down to the wire. Every vote matters. It's that message that you continue to hear for all the congressional races here in Iowa. So we'll continue following this out here. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Dana, like you said, certainly expect to be a very tight race. Of course, Nunn's challenger is Democrat Lanen Baccam. So we're going to send it over to Connor O'Neill. He is following the Baccam campaign tonight. So Connor, tell me, what is the mood there right now as we just get closer, about 20 minutes away from the polls closing?
Yeah, well, Joseph, the first thing I was going to talk about, I'm glad you asked me about the mood, because I was talking to my photographers just a couple minutes ago. It feels like this room is jolted from a 0 to 100, and for us that brings up the energy too. Obviously, you can tell in our live hits because the place is packed with people. I'll show you how many people are here now. This room, if you were watching our 5 and 6 o'clock newscast, this room was completely empty because it was just the media here talking. But now you got people like former Governor Tom Vilsack's here, Representative Akeo Abdul Samad's also here, the chair of the Democratic Party, Rita Hart's here. This place is packed, Joseph, with people right here. I know Stephanie was talking earlier, she was asking Dana about Nunn's campaign, how this is the hardest part of the night. Watching these numbers come in, it truly is. While Baccam's campaign's watching these numbers come in, they feel really good about this race too, Joseph. They really like their chances. They tell me earlier today, and some of these Democratic top officials tell me they really like their chances, and that's why this energy has gone up in this room in just over the past 30 or so minutes. Joseph, back to you.
Okay, let's get over to Stephanie, because I know we're about to get some voter reaction, right?
Yeah, that's right, Joseph. We have Larissa Leone, who is downtown Des Moines as well. That's where all the action is happening tonight as we await these results. She's at the Republican headquarters. We have her following President Trump's campaign. But she's also tonight had really good luck talking to voters, and that's really who this is all about tonight. And with numbers as close as this, we can't get enough voter insight. So Larissa, who do you have with you now?
Well, that's exactly right, Stephanie. It is all about the voters, and with me right now is Tom. Tom, how long did you stand in line tonight?
Well, I voted this morning in Bettendorf, Iowa.
Okay.
And at 7 a.m. it was a 10-minute wait.
Okay. And what drove you to the polls? Was there an issue? Was there something?
The current state of the economy of the country is unsettling to me. I'm not comfortable with the price of groceries, the price of gas. Our border is uncomfortable, and I just feel like 8 years ago we were in a better place moving forward, and today I don't feel like we're there. And so the change is needed, I believe, to get back to the economy we had, the politics we had, and I just want a better place for my kids and my family.
And you're here tonight, obviously, at the GOP party. Can you talk to me a little bit about which candidates you're throwing your support behind?
Sure. Well, obviously Trump is first and foremost. From the state of Iowa, again, I'm from Bettendorf, Iowa, so Mike Vondren is a good friend of mine, and I'm pushing for him, and the red wave overall is important to me, so that's where I'm leaning.
Election security has been a big topic, not just this election, but in elections past. Do you feel as though, everything's clear and we're doing well this year?
I wish I could say I was 100% comfortable, but no. I feel like after the last election, it made me very uneasy to see odd numbers spike throughout the night, and I hope we don't see that again.
And of course, this is a national presidential election, but we all got to bring it back home to Iowa. What are some things that you hope the Republican Party can accomplish for Iowa?
Well, the state of Iowa, I think, is in a really good place. We have a good fiscal reserve, and education is always important to me. I'm a small business owner myself, so I feel like employees' welfare, a push for the small business owner is key. And the overall state of the economy is just an important push to make sure we're all in a more comfortable spot.
A lot of key big things on this ticket this time, so thank you so much, Tom, for joining me. There's still so many people here that are wanting to share why they voted, what they voted for, so we will be bringing that to you all night. But for now, back to you, Stephanie.
Yeah, Larissa, we really appreciate that insight. Thank you. And we want to take you back downtown again, where Rita Hart, the chair of the Iowa Democratic Party, is speaking now.
Oh, he's still knocking doors. That's our Gregory, because the thing is, he is the emblem of dedication. Gregory has knocked doors in each of the 99 counties of Iowa. And we are now calling that accomplishment the full Gregory. And we'll be challenging each and every one of you to do that next time, right? Thanks also to our district chairs, Sandy Dockendorf, Ed Cranston, Catherine Christ, Penny Rossford, and our newest district chair, and I know I saw him here earlier, C.J. Peterson. Where is he? There he is, right center front, right. I want you to know that since Kamala Harris announced her candidacy, our volunteers have knocked over 600,000 doors. We've made 275,000 phone calls, and we sent 1.5 million texts. Where would we be without all of these volunteers? When I started as chair in February of 2023, we knew that we had to step up our grassroots efforts. As a county chair myself, I've been keenly aware of how important county parties are to the organization of the state Democratic Party. I also knew that too many county chairs and too many county parties have felt disconnected and underappreciated. We've been working hard to correct that situation because I know, and you know, that our county parties are the backbone of the Iowa Democratic Party. The stronger and the more effective our county parties are, the stronger the Democratic Party is. So I want to say thanks to all those county chairs. You are absolutely crucial to success. Thank you so much. We have made some changes, improved our communications, and engaged with county chairs by listening more and responding to the suggestions. We have empowered the county party structure, and we're starting to see the results.
All right, that was Rita Hart, the chair of the Iowa Democratic Party, just addressing crowds. Game's not over yet. I mean, our polls are still open for another 15 minutes, so she's trying to keep the energy up in the room there. As those polls close and we get results in, we'll go to that. But something I want to talk about, we heard about one of the congressional races here in Iowa that obviously it's close in the state, so Iowans are watching it. But I want to send it over to our analysts and Joseph, because I noticed throughout coverage over the last couple of weeks, this is a race, the 3rd Congressional District in Iowa, that's being watched nationwide.
Yes, this is being watched very, very closely because you're only about, I believe, four flips away from possibly Republicans or possibly Democrats actually taking the House because of this. So this is very close, and it's obviously very close when it comes to Senate as well. That's a totally different story. So for these candidates, and we obviously know what came from the Iowa poll that came out a few days ago, when you see things that are so close, and then we're getting about 15 minutes away from the polls closing. So I'm going to start with you, Ed. What's the feeling for the candidates when you know it's so close and you could lose, you could win? I mean, just anything could really sway this.
I found all the candidates at this point, when it's in that spot, it just eats them alive, right? Because they can't do anything more. They've done everything they can do. They've knocked every door. They've raised every dollar. They've put up the message that they thought was important. And then they're now in a completely helpless situation. Frankly, it's probably easier to know you're about to get beat.
Yeah, I mean, the waiting,
you
imagine the waiting must be the hardest part.
Yep,
and
yep.
I mean, for many races, you could be waiting quite a while to find out what the results are. Yeah. Pete, what's been your experience with this?
Yeah, well, this is an interesting district because you got 22 counties in it. And as a numbers guy, as a field rat, really what's going to happen here is we know that Lanen Baccam has to come out of Polk County with about a 42,000 vote lead. What's interesting, I think, is I was talking to some of his people, they think they've made inroads and that the Democrats have made inroads in some of the other counties where he may actually be able to come out of Polk County with a 39 or 40,000 vote lead. If it's that big, you're looking at a real possibility of a flip. And that's the number to look for. So even though what Ed said is exactly right, what happens is as soon as the polls close and you get these numbers, you have numbers you're looking for that gives you a lot of answers real quick.
And Dallas County will be an important one in this, actually, because that's going to say, are we losing, as Republicans, are we losing in suburban areas with the college-educated folks, like they're saying, and Dallas County is going to have a lot to do with it. It used to be, well, if we can do this in Polk County, well, Dallas County will pick us up, and then, and it's might well be different. We don't know until, the chickens come home.
And on that note, are there specific spots that that both candidates, that both campaigns we're really trying to hone in on and say, okay, we need to get the votes in that area to make sure we actually win this thing?
Yeah, I mean, really for the Democrats, it's Polk County. And what's happened is, now, I don't know if it's enough yet, but there's been a revitalization of the Polk County Democratic Party. Bill Brock is the chair there now, and he's kind of taken it in a different direction than it has been in the past. It's kind of been a party that liked big events and really got excited when they elected a Democrat to the school board in Clive, and they would make big noise about that. He actually went the other way and said, we're going to do some organizing. We know what the numbers are that we have to get to make this a statewide and a congressional-wide important party again. And they did an amazing job this year reinvigorating the party and actually getting back in the field. And that's why I'm confident that they can get to that 40,000 number.
And again, you're only really a few seats away from possibly flipping the House from Republican power to Democrat power. And so 2 of those seats could be Iowa. I mean, it's that close. Sure. How could this possibly change the entire look of how could this possibly change the entire look of really Congress, or even what the campaigns do here in Iowa, how they campaign?
Well, I think it, again, once we see what happens, you look about Polk County, we've always, I mean, forever it's been Republicans got to get within 35,000. Now, we don't give up on Polk County because still it's the biggest county in the state, so we're out there trying to mine votes, right? But seeing what happens in the rest of the district is really important, how this is going to look in the future, because Republicans have counted on those other outstate counties to get them over the top in this. But this district too, though, is bounced back and forth as we've seen, and doesn't get held for a long time, and it probably is going to stay like that for a while.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, this is going to be a very, very close one. So I think now we're going to go back over to Stephanie.
That's right. Just to add to that conversation, Zack Nunn himself, in an interview with our Dana Sears, called that district the most fairly drawn district in the United States, if not one of them. So interesting to see how that will turn out tonight. Well, depending on where you live, you may have seen some ballot items on your ballot, some agendas, and another proposal that we are looking at right now is in Dallas County that would expand the Board of Supervisors there. The board is responsible for things like setting policies, approving budgets, and making decisions that affect the county. So here are 3 things to know about that right now. The Dallas County Board of Supervisors has 3 members. If voters approve the measure, it would expand to 5. The county would then establish a process to elect 2 new members. If the proposal doesn't pass, then the Board of Supervisors, it will stay as is, remaining at 3. The future of Waukees First Aquatic Center is in the hands of voters as well tonight. If voters approve a $35 million bond, the project will move into the next phase, with construction beginning in the fall of next year. Approval of the project would also mean a small property tax increase to cover part of the cost. Now, voters in Carlisle are deciding whether to approve a $7.75 million bond that would build a new library. The city is growing out of the current library building that's been in use for more than 40 years. The city plans to repurpose the recreation center on South 5th Street and expand it. The project would almost triple the available space for patrons to better serve the library's more than 30,000 yearly visitors.
We need more computers and we need more space, and we want to keep having those teens come in and provide things for them.
All right, we want to take you out to the Nunn camp where our Dana Searles is talking to one of his campaign staffers out there. And we just heard from Connor, who said the mood over at Baccam's camp pretty high. How's it going there, Dana?
Oh, Stephanie, it's still a high mood out here. Everyone is excited, feeling confident. Like I said before, anxiously awaiting those results. So I'm here with Josh Soiterman, and he is a Nunn campaign volunteer.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So tell me just what the whole campaign trail has been like for you as a volunteer.
This has been super exciting. We've had so much fun. I've gotten to meet a lot of new friends, connect with some old friends too, and it's been high energy, a lot of passionate people. It's been a lot of work, but we've had a ton of fun along the way.
What are some of the things that the campaign has been doing to really try to sway those voters your way and kind of the day-to-day things you do?
So the number one thing is we're out and about a lot. We're doing the Iowa Nice thing. We're knocking on doors. We're making phone calls. We're packing lit packs with different pamphlets and whatnot in them. And we're talking to people and we're connecting with Iowans, and I think that's super important.
So out on the campaign trail, when you're door knocking and talking to the Iowans, what are some of the common things that you're hearing from them about whether it's issues they care about or why you guys are telling them to vote for Zack Nunn? How have they been kind of, taking in that message?
Absolutely. So I think that the economy is a big issue right now, and we have, of course, the main points that Zack supports, and that's super huge. But folks are really open. I think this is one of the campaigns that we've knocked on doors, and we've talked to a ton of people, and that's been really exciting. And I think that keeps us motivated too to hear their stories and to hear their why. And then we take their why back to our office and we talk about it, and it excites us. It gets us really going.
And off camera, we were talking a little bit about your office and how it's a young crowd. You guys are all super excited. I mean, how do you guys utilize that on the campaign trail, and what do you guys kind of do to be able to come together?
That's super important. So the energy is hard to kind of quantify. It's kind of a qualitative thing, but when you're in the office, a lot of like high fives and high energy and people super excited and people see people come back in from neighborhood walking, and it's just unique. It's hard to kind of say, but if you've been there and once you see it, it's addictive. It's really, really cool.
And just final message, it's a race that's going to come down to every single vote. Final message from your campaign.
Let's go, Zack Nunn.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Like I said, excited energy. You can see it there through the volunteers. Everyone is very excited and anxiously awaiting those results, and we'll keep following them out here and keeping you guys updated on what's going on. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Dana, thank you very much. More voter insight. Can't get enough of this tonight. Larissa Leon standing by with another voter. You're just racking them up tonight, Larissa.
You know what? There's so much out here for me. We got to talk to everybody, right? And right now I'm talking to Casey. Casey, how are you tonight?
I'm great, thanks.
Awesome. What drove you to the polls today?
Probably border security, election integrity, economic issues, inflation.
Awesome. Can you talk to me a little bit about, is there a candidate in Iowa? Is there any House or representative seat that you're hoping?
Zack Nunn.
Okay,
Yep.
Zack Nunn. What do you like about Zack Nunn's campaign?
Oh, I love that Zack is bipartisan. He works for what he thinks is right, regardless of party issues.
Now, reproductive rights have obviously been a big topic here. What do you hope happens in the state of Iowa?
Long term or in this election?
Long term.
Long term, I'd like to see exceptions made for the life of the mother, rape, incest. Outside of that, I do not believe in abortion.
Now, you talked to us a little bit about who you're faring for as far as on a local level. What do you hope to see nationally?
Nationally, Trump.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then why do you choose Trump?
He is not part of the establishment. He does what he marches to the beat of his own drum. So I like seeing something different than the same thing we've been given for a long time.
Absolutely. And it's certainly, we still got time, right? It's like a nail biter. There's still time, but people like Casey here in this room waiting to hear those results, and we'll continue to talk to them and get to know what they're feeling. But for now, in Des Moines, Larissa Leon, Local 5 News.
Very interesting. All right, Larissa, thank you. And I keep saying we can't get enough of the voter insight right now because very close election, Adrian. And we know not only is it close, it's polarized. We see this on social media. We see it in our own families. So what kind of insights are you taking away from what we're hearing from voters as we near the end of our election time here?
So I feel like we've seen an evolution in which the polarization used to be a little bit more about issues in past decades. And now there's this sense that not only am I disagreeing with someone on an issue, there's this sense that I cannot have an interaction with that person. And we're seeing a little bit more in the narrative around the election than perhaps in actual interactions among people. That still happens, but the narrative around it is that we're living in separate worlds instead of just living in separate on separate issue positions. And that's something to bear in mind in terms of what's the atmosphere post-election and what we should expect, how we should expect voters to take in whatever the results are going to be in tonight.
Because about half of the country is going to be very disappointed, correct? And not just disappointed, but might feel like they don't have a place in America.
So we used to have a country in which we would probably back up into a new strategy for the next election cycle. We're seeing a little bit of the strategy of contesting a little bit the reality of this current news cycle, which is something that we're seeing emerging on both sides a little bit in this cycle specifically, but not being able to see the next 4 years as something you can withstand is a little ominous for whatever's going to happen post-election. But there's room to cooperate and live on the same planet, regardless of those results.
It feels like this divide is growing. Is that a real thing?
Yeah, so a few things you want to look at is how much it's affecting lifestyles, whether people are expecting a certain stereotype of a Democrat versus a Republican. And it is something that we're seeing in studies a little bit where it's becoming more stereotypical in terms of what's the picture of the typical Republican, the typical Democrat that I have in mind. And that can play into division by having those perspectives and perceptions that might be overstated compared to the actual divisions that we see among individuals.
Interestingly enough, the only people who can solve the division are the people.
Yeah.
Right? Each one of us individually. Adrian, thank you. Look forward to talking to you more tonight. And let's head out to our Alex Fulton. He's at the Democratic headquarters right now. And Alex, I understand you have former gubernatorial candidate Deidre DeGier with you.
Stephanie, I'm here with Deidre DeGier. You actually worked with Kamala Harris a few years ago. Tell us about your experience.
So I was the former Iowa chair in her 2019 run, and it was an incredible experience. She came out the gate incredibly strong. She was fighting for justice. She was fighting for freedom, and she made her stamp right here in Iowa. There was a point in time during this time of the year where she decided she was going to move to Iowa for a little bit of time, and so she was a formidable candidate in this state, and we've seen her become an incredible vice president leading out this country.
Yeah, and so what's tonight like for you? How are you kind of feeling?
Oh, I feel so good. I feel so good, and the reason why I feel so good is because a couple of years ago, you know, a lot of people in this room took some hits, and we saw some wins, but we saw some hits as well. But Iowa Democrats continue to push. Our young people have been knocking doors across the state. Our county parties have been knocking doors across the state. We've had incredible candidates who have knocked on doors, who sat down with Iowans to talk about their story, and it's meant so much, and I think it's made a courageous difference in the output of this election. There was a point in time when so many folks in this room could have given up, could have thrown in the towel and said, I'm done fighting, but freedom was on the ballot in this year, and folks decided that they were going to continue to fight for freedom, and they've been doing it from young to old. People who can't even vote are advocating for the basic rights of humanity right now, and I couldn't be more proud of the state.
Sure, and I was going to say, what would it mean for you as someone that's worked with Kamala Harris in the past if she won here tonight?
I mean, it would mean the difference for so much of what we're fighting for across the state and across this country. The basic freedoms of a student having access to an affordable but a quality education, the basic freedom of a woman being able to go into her doctor's appointment and not have to worry about anybody else minding her business, the basic freedom of people to have access to this thing we call life, liberty, and happiness, and it show up in their pocketbooks. Those things are going to come to fruition with the President Kamala Harris, and I think that not only means something to people like me, but it means something to all of Iowans, whether they choose to vote for her or not, and I think that message should resonate with people not only in this state but across this country.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for those powerful words, Deidre, and we're going to be here all night at the Hotel Fort Des Moines following this race and seeing how Iowa performed, whether they vote for Trump, whether they vote for Kamala Harris, and we will continue to provide updates all night. Live in downtown Des Moines, Alex Fulton, Local 5 News.
Appreciate that, Alex. Thank you. Let's head over to Connor O'Neill, also at the Democratic headquarters right now. And Connor, you're joined by House Minority Leader Jennifer Confirst.
I am, yeah. Representative Confirst joining me right now because you were one of the many endorsements for Lanen Baccam. It was early on when this happened, when you endorsed him too. First, I want to ask you how you're doing right now. I know people always say you're good, you're doing great, but how are you actually doing?
Well, just nervous, right? I mean, I've been such a supporter of Lanon's for so long. We came out and endorsed him right away. Really excited for him, and of course, have full confidence that he can win. But with a result like last time that was so close, and with just the uncertainty and sort of what's tonight going to look like, we're sort of all waiting for the 8 o'clock hour when polls close. So nervous and excited.
Okay, I was going to say excitement because before we came out to us, I was telling you this room feels like it went from 0 to 100, right?
Yeah, it's just, as it gets closer to this, and I think people are ready to celebrate. People feel good. They feel energized. The Iowa poll certainly gave us that push for the end that made a difference, and I think including the result for Lanon that showed that he's winning. And I think that we'd all love nice big wins, but regardless, wins are what we need, and so now we just start to watch.
We've talked a couple times already tonight. I've had the pleasure to talk to you a couple times tonight, and one of the things you brought up with me, Representative, is just the bipartisanship of Lanon. If you were to be in D.C., why is that so important in a state like Iowa that's swung back and forth from blue to red a couple times in the last few years?
I'm a big believer that Iowa's a purple state, that Iowans like balance, and they don't like it when it goes too far one way or the other. Lanon can really be that person for us in Washington. He will work across the aisle. He knows Washington because he's served, and so he can actually give us a voice that is more about issues and less about party, and I think that's going to be really important.
And one last thing, you also told me earlier, you think it's really important too that Lanon, he's just a person.
Yeah.
He's just an Iowan, right?
Yeah,
That's something important.
Just
right?
a guy, you know. And what's been great is that over the course of this campaign, I've gotten to know him really well, but also his daughter Freya, and we've become good friends. And that just reminds me that he's a dad who does pickup, and you know, that's going to be kind of the practical, everyday voice that we want in Washington. And that's, I think, also why he appeals to so many people. His story is really appealing, and also just his approachability.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it, dear.
I hope we get to keep talking.
Yes,
yes.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Good luck the rest of the night, dear.
Thank you.
All right, Stephanie, you'll obviously be coming back out to me, but I'll toss it right back to you.
All right, Connor, thank you very much. Looking forward to talking to you more throughout the night. Polls have closed here in Iowa about 4 minutes ago, so we should start seeing some results coming in soon. We'll bring those to you just as soon as we can. But let's head back out there in the field to our Larissa Leone. She has been all over the place talking to people, and you're joined now by the chair of the Iowa Republican Party, Jeff Kaufman. Larissa.
Yes, I am. It's been such a busy night. We've been just talking, Jeff. We've been hearing clapping, a lot of excitement. How does that feel for you?
I mean, it's the excitement of living in a democracy. I mean, aside from the partisan politics, which obviously I want Republicans to win, this is an exercise that, you know, men and women have fought and died for this night. So there's an importance, there's an exuberance that I think transcends politics, no matter how divisive the campaign season.
And as I've been saying, there's been a couple of projections that have rolled in. We've been hearing that applause. Where do you think we are at right now? What do you have to say about what's kind of trickling in so far?
I mean, everything's predictable. We already know essentially how 44 of them are going to turn out. I was pleased that it took a while for Virginia to come in. I don't believe New Hampshire's been called yet. Those were part of the non-7 swing states, which shows to me some of Trump's strengths. But you know what? It's there's a lot of map to go, but those 7 swing states, all eyes are on those. That's what we're looking at. And of course, Republicans in Iowa want to make sure that we put away this state. And then, of course, we've got some congressional races that are extremely important to us because we want to make sure that President Trump has a supporting cast when he goes to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and you've worked with Trump for a lot. Why do you think he's the man for the job this time around?
His policies, the economy was better, the border was better, the culture wars that we've gone through, I think they will subside. I think we're going to see energy prices decrease. I really believe that the policies are what matters here. And, personalities, sometimes he rubs people the wrong. Sometimes people absolutely fall in love with his personality. To me, it's not about personality. To me, it's about the future. We've had 4 years. Let's try the next 4, and maybe we can get back to what we had between 2016 and 2020.
Well, we've had a couple of polls that came out, them reporting polls. Of course, the Des Moines Register Iowa Mediacom poll, and another that your party had talked about. Can you talk to me a little bit about how that made you feel, seeing those projections, and how you think it's going to play out tonight?
Sure. I mean, the Emerson poll had Trump up 10. I believe that the Seltzer Des Moines Register poll was an outlier. It absolutely goes against every single bit of evidence I've been seeing all campaign season. So, quite frankly, I kind of expected that. We've seen that with Seltzer polls before, and they did not pan out. And then yesterday there was another national poll that had Trump up 6. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to be in that range where I've been talking in the past, 6 to 8 to 10%. I feel good about Trump in Iowa. We only have 6 electoral votes. We're not a swing state anymore. So quite frankly, I want to make sure we nail that down. But most importantly of all, I can't emphasize enough, are those 7 swing states. They have tonight, my heart is in Georgia, my heart's in Michigan, my heart's in Wisconsin, as well as right here in the Hawkeye State.
Well, your heart is right here in the Hawkeye State. I know you're a busy man, so we'll go ahead and visit you again tonight. But thank you so much for taking the time to stop by.
Thanks for your questions. I appreciate it.
All righty, Jeff. Thank you. All right, Stephanie, we'll send it back to you.
Larissa, thank you very much. And all right, here we go. Like we said, right after 8 o'clock when polls close, we're going to start seeing some numbers. And we want to give you what we have so far. This is in the presidential race here in Iowa. Donald Trump holding a lead there, 53.7% to Kamala Harris, 45.2%. Early in this tallying, so we're going to keep updating you on that as we go throughout the night. But these are the earliest numbers that we have. Let's head over to Joseph and our team of analysts to kind of take a look at where we're standing right now. Even though it is early in the night, we do like to just pick apart those numbers as we go.
Yeah, it certainly is very early. Again, we're still getting these results in, just starting to get those first numbers in. But a lot of other places, it's kind of the same situation. You had the first set of polls that closed nationwide about a couple of hours ago, 2 or 3 hours ago. So when you look at just what we're seeing so far, any surprises for either one of you guys?
Couple things I see, and it's more localized. Like that right now, that's where you can pick it apart, right? So you go to Loudoun County, Virginia, for example, 95, but that's a suburb of it's in the DC metro. It went plus 25 for Biden, and it's shifted about 8 points towards Trump. You go to Osceola County, Florida, that Biden won by, I'm gonna make sure I'm getting the right numbers here. Biden won plus 14, and Trump, and I'm not sure if this is 100% in, it looks like it is, Trump won it by 7/10 of a point. So Florida, they were talking about that being a toss-up state. I think just that, looking at what happened in Osceola County, makes it real unlikely. Miami's very red right now, so I think Florida, if I were to bet on it, Florida's a lock for the former president.
And pretty quickly, I mean, I even know with ABC, they were calling that for Florida probably about an hour ago. And this was pretty quick, and that was with about 77 precincts reporting that. And so, I mean, Florida totally went in a totally different direction than some people thought. You did have some people who thought maybe they were going to maybe transition a little bit. Did you feel the same way, Pete?
There's always the maybes, like, oh, we think we're doing well here. But it really doesn't change what we're watching the rest of the night, because there's those 7 states that are going to decide who the next president is. And Florida would have been this thing that upset it, but it doesn't change anything. There's those 7 states, whoever wins the right combination of those states is going to be president, and that doesn't change with Florida going.
And so what are the paths for both of these candidates to get there? I know we keep hearing about the blue wall when we talk about Harris, but then we hear about getting North Carolina, getting Georgia, Arizona, Nevada for Trump. Is there a way, in an unconventional way perhaps, for either one of these candidates to get there?
It's interesting. The vice president's campaign chair actually has great Iowa ties, Jen O'Malley, and her husband was Chet Culver's chief of staff, and they say they actually have more than one path. As a talking head, when I looked at it, I kept coming back to Pennsylvania. I think whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win this thing, and then everything else plays off of that. But the Harris campaign says, no, we can lose Pennsylvania, and we're close enough in these other states that we have this path, that path, or that path. I think that blue wall, though, is the key. You got to look at Wisconsin. You got to look at Pennsylvania. You got to look at Michigan. As those start coming in, I think we'll know. And I think it comes down to Pennsylvania.
And, I haven't really looked into this, but I don't know when was the last time that someone won without Pennsylvania, to be honest with you. I think it's been a while. I
can't think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah, and so that's that important because that has those 19 electoral votes. Let me ask you this. We have 6, and obviously 6 is not a great number, but now that we're looking at, the findings from the Iowa poll, we're seeing those results about 7 points apart at this point. Can Iowa actually play a role, let's say if Harris were to win Iowa, could that possibly fill in anywhere and really help her? Or is it just kind of a bonus?
Do you want to take that, or?
Go ahead.
If you look at the way the numbers play out, where Iowa would matter in that equation is if it's a example of something else happening, like, Iowa went, but then, Kansas was surprisingly.
Right. And so it's kind of showing that something is going on in the middle.
Going on. But if you really look at the 6 electoral votes, it doesn't change Trump's states that he has to win to get to 270, even though he wouldn't get Iowa's. His wall that he's trying to build with those 7 states, if he did what he was supposed to do, he would still get there.
Now, Ed, you were talking about just kind of the different counties at this point where you're seeing success for either campaign. For the Trump campaign, how do you think that they're feeling right now when they see just what's coming in?
Well, they have to feel pretty good. And again, Texas is another example, but one of the big things they've been talking about is what are suburban areas going to look like, and that sort of the educated, college-educated folks and those. So another good example, again, a state that isn't going to make any difference, a state that's going for Trump, but Texas, in Collin, Denton, Tarrant, Trump's doing 6 points better than he did in 2020. So, that's a good indicator. That's one of those things like Pete was talking about. Well, is that going to carry over to other places? Yes, in Loudoun County, Virginia, for example. And for us here in Iowa, when it comes down, what's going to happen in Dallas County? What's going to happen in Ankeny? What's, those sorts of places. So those are indicators, because things tend to play out the same way in similar places around the country. So.
And I think about Texas, like that area, Tarrant, those areas, that's Dallas metro area.
Right.
And so you have, for years, honestly, Democrats have been thinking maybe we can finally flip Texas. That's the thought that some Democrats have. And yet every year it's kind of hovering around this same percentage. Right. What is it that's holding Democrats back from taking Texas? Or even I think about Florida. There was some thought that maybe they could take advantage of Florida. We're seeing that's not going to happen here. What's holding them back?
No, it's just raw numbers at the end of the day, right? And then a Democrat has to outperform statewide, so much right now. And it's like Polk County in Iowa, similarly, not as big a number, but as a percentage. But it's just right now a numbers game of where they are, frankly, at the end of the day.
Awesome. Obviously, again, we're going to be discussing this throughout the night. Plenty of discussion to be had here. But now we'll go ahead and send it back over to Stephanie.
Joseph, thank you. And we're going to head back out to our Larissa Leone. All right, Larissa's out there tracking down voters for us. We're going to instead head out to our Alex Fulton, who is, he's been following the Harris campaign. He's at the Democratic headquarters in downtown Des Moines, standing by here. Want to make sure that he can hear me. Alex, can you hear me?
Okay, ready? Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I can hear you.
How are things going out there for you, Alex?
Yep, I'm here with Kira Barker. She is the chair of the executive director of the Polk County Democrats. So tell me a little bit about the excitement that kind of came after Kamala Harris entered the race.
Oh, it was absolutely noticeable. We had a huge surge of outreach of volunteers here at Polk County Democrats. People that were fired up, wanted to get involved, saw themselves, reflected in the candidate, and we just galvanized. Everyone's been hard at work, grassroots organizing.
Yeah, and so what did you kind of hear from all of these volunteers? What were some of their top issues?
Definitely healthcare and reproductive rights, for sure. That's definitely at the top of the ticket for all of us. We believe politicians shouldn't be in the doctor's office with us, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, so tell me about how you're kind of feeling about tonight.
We feel great. We know already we've had record turnout here at Polk County. Something that we brought into our leadership in the last 2 years was grassroots organizing. We reached every single precinct in the county, just hundreds of volunteers galvanized, ready to go.
So remind us about how long you've kind of been doing this work as far as working with the party in the county, and what kind of shift have you seen this election cycle?
Well, we've been hard at work for the last 2 years. We've had new leadership since the spring of 23 at Polk County, but I've worked on campaigns. I was a clerk in the legislature, so got to kind of see that experience up close. And I think that was also a big motivator for many of us, is just how extreme it's gotten there, and that's really galvanized Iowans as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kira. We're definitely going to be watching to see if that hard work paid off here in Iowa, and we're going to be here all night here at Hotel Fort Des Moines providing live updates, so stick with us. Reporting live in Des Moines, Alex Fulton, Local 5 News.
Alex, thank you. And of course, we just heard the excitement over the record turnout of voters there. Every voter counting this time around, as always. Larissa, you're with another voter, I understand, one of our veterans.
That is absolutely right. We have a U.S. Army veteran here. John, how are you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. I just feel we've been forgotten.
Oh, yeah, you've been forgotten. Well, not by me, sir. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Can you talk to me a little bit about what election is this for you? What number?
I'm not sure what it is.
Not sure?
But it's a lot of them.
A lot of them.
Yes.
And what drove you to the polls this time around?
I voted for Nunn, and I voted for Trump, of course. And I think that the candidates for president and for Congress really haven't said much about veterans. So I feel like we've been forgotten. And I think old veterans have been forgotten. And we need on the computer-related training so we can get good jobs to pay retirement expenses.
Can you talk to me a little bit about which candidate you feel as though is really paying their attention to veterans?
I think that Trump, much more than his opponent, and he's always tried to help veterans with veterans health care. And I feel that the Democrats really are a lot of good people, but they've just kind of forgotten about us.
And what are some of the things that you really want to push for these candidates to do for veterans right here in Iowa?
Well, I want candidates to do something for old veterans so we can find good jobs. And also, a lot of us need dental work. Older people need dental work. And the VA doesn't give much dental except to people with 100% disabilities. So I think that veterans age 65 and older having Medicare should be able to have dental care also.
Well, John, thank you so much again for your service and stopping by with us tonight. So many issues on this ballot that people care about, and we'll continue to bring those voices to you tonight. Stephanie?
Larissa, thank you. We want to get into some of the numbers here now. This is the U.S. House, Iowa's 4th district here. This was considered one of the more stable races in the state for the incumbent, Randy Feenstra. He is the Republican. He is holding a sizable lead right now at 68.4% over his challenger, Ryan Melton's 31.6%. We're keeping our eye on that one throughout the night. Let's head back out to our Dana Searles, who is at Republican headquarters. You are talking with all kinds of people out there who showed up for Representative Zack Nunn as he seeks his 2nd term.
Absolutely, Stephanie. A lot of people out here to support Zack Nunn and his campaign for re-election. I'm here with Kelly Robinson, who voted for Zack Nunn, and you have a good relationship with Zack Nunn as well. Tell me a little bit about why you voted for Zack Nunn.
I do. Zack is an amazing guy, and he is bringing Iowa common sense to Washington. Secure borders, so our kids and our grandkids will be safe. Lower prices on groceries. I mean, it's endless why I voted for Zack. And I know him personally. He's a great guy.
Tell me a little bit more about your guys' relationship and how you guys have that relationship.
Yeah, so I am part of the Capital Region Republican Women. We've been a candidate. We've helped him all the way through. We're helping him win tonight. He knows us personally. He comes, he talks to us. We know what he believes. He's a family man. We know his wife, his kids. Yeah, he's just a great guy. That's why Iowa common sense.
And he's in a very tight race right now. We still don't know any updated numbers. But tell me just why you think, what sets him apart from his competitor?
What sets him apart from Lanen Baccam? He has not lied once on the campaign trail. He is honest. He is, I mean, if you want me to tell you what Lanen Baccam has lied about, I can tell you that. But, I mean, Zack is just honest. He's good at reaching across and bipartisan, working with the other side, and he's just fantastic. We're so excited that we're sending him back to Congress.
And when you were out advocating for Zack Nunn, talking to those undecided voters specifically, what was kind of your pitch to them for why they should vote for him?
Well, normally we would just ask what they were looking for, and it's grocery prices. It's a secure border. It's being safe in our neighborhoods, and that's kind of the thing that they would ask the most about, and we would tell them that's what Zack is. That's what we're sending him back for.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us and for telling us a little bit about your point of view. Really appreciate it. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio while we still are waiting to get in those official numbers for Iowa's 3rd Congressional District. But like we've been saying, really tight race. It's really going to come down to the wire with every vote mattering. I'll send it back to you guys.
Dana, thank you. Let's go to the other side of that ticket. Connor O'Neill standing by at Lanen Baccam's camp. Hey there, Connor.
Yeah, hey Stephanie. Yeah, still a pretty rowdy crowd here. Still a lot of energy. Like when you last checked in with me, we've spoken to a couple of people since Rita Hard, the chair of the Iowa Democratic Party, spoke. She was very passionate address to the crowd here earlier that you heard. And as you heard from Dana, we're still waiting on these numbers for the 3rd Congressional District to come in. She was saying it's going to be a really tight race. According to Ad Impact, because it's going to be a close race, and they know how important this is going to be. There's been $23 million spent here here between the Nunn and Baccam campaigns here in terms of ad spending for TV ads. That's how important and that's how much resources they're putting into this. And I'll show you now just how many people are still here right now. Still a packed full room. Earlier when you saw, when you came and checked with me, it was a lot more full. Some of the state representatives that are here, they have this room upstairs here at Hotel Fort Des Moines where they're all hanging out and watching some like 82 races, what House Minority Leader Jennifer Converse was telling me earlier. They're upstairs watching all of those races, and that's how they're able to come down here and speak to us whenever we're ready. So they're all watching that. Like you heard from Converse about 15 minutes ago, they're nervous, but they're excited, and that's what you heard from Rita Hart earlier. They're excited. That's how the Democratic Party's feeling. You know, switching from Joe Biden in the presidential race to Kamala Harris as their nomination. They're excited. They're excited for what's coming tonight and the next days as these numbers are coming in here, and they're excited for Baccam as their candidate too. And they know, like I said, how important this race is, Stephanie.
All right, Connor, thank you so much. I want to talk to Adrian a little bit about something that we saw coming out of early exit polling in Pennsylvania. They're asking voters what was driving them there. Of course, the economy was a big one, but the state of democracy and the security of democracy was a big concern for voters in Pennsylvania in this election. And we know the rest of the world has a tendency to watch what America does. So what are the implications to democracy worldwide in this election?
So what I would say is, we're questioning a little bit the way democracy is being performed and the way governance is responding to the people. At least there's a perception that the responses should be a little bit more, should be a little bit quicker, a little bit simpler in their formulation, and that you can get to decision making in a way that is more straightforward than an institutional democracy in ways where you have to go through several checks, several steps, and that's at least the promise of having answers that may be more comprehensive than they can actually be, and that tends to resonate with people who are like perhaps a little bit tired of seeing that impression of an establishment. We're seeing a lot of polls that are polling into that anti-elite, anti-establishment around the world, that sentiment, and it's not only in the United States, but definitely the United States is going to be a bellwether in terms of other countries following that model, opportunities for politicians to speak in a more direct way, more straightforward fashion, and we've seen that in recent years.
And globally, obviously, there's some instability around the world right now, and so what happens in our election matters. But what about with our allies? How important are these races to other countries?
So I guess there's a tendency to shift a little bit the allies that are going to matter the most, depending on who's going to win. Historical allies, like you can think about Western Europe, for instance, are looking at this election in a way where they're going to be more on the defensive if Trump is winning versus Harris, where it's going to be a continuation of a historic collaboration between those two blocs. But it's definitely something where it's also redefining their own democracies and the expectations of certain candidate arising, for instance, in Germany and France and Hungary. We've seen that over the years, and Trump can be an example of a winning strategy that goes into another direction democratically, a direction that is more direct, and sometimes that can question the definition of democracy that we grew up with.
So as America watches these numbers, the world's watching.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Adrian, thank you very much. We do have some numbers that we want to get into as promised in Iowa's congressional seats. This is U.S. House 2nd District. Ashley Hinson, the incumbent, the Republican incumbent, holding a lead there, 50.6% to Sarah Corkery's 48.2%. Moving on now to the 3rd district. Again, we have been talking about this a lot tonight. This was one that is being watched around the nation. Republican incumbent Zack Nunn trailing right now 41.3% to Lanen Baccam's 58.7%. And then in the 4th district, I believe, there we go, incumbent Randy Feenstra holding a sizable lead there. Not a surprise in that district, 66.8% to Ryan Melton, his challenger, 33.3%. All right, we're going to look at the presidential numbers here for the state of Iowa, and I'm going to put my glasses on because, you know, we're at that time of day and at that age. Right now in Iowa, with about 10% of the votes counted, it looks like on my map. I have Kamala Harris leading right now, 57.7% to Donald Trump's 41.2. Again, 10% of the votes counting. So it's early. in the night and in the count here in Iowa, but trending blue at this point. So let's head over to Joseph with our team of analysts to talk a little bit about these early numbers that we are seeing.
And so right there, when we look at those results, I think a lot of people may be very surprised to see, and given we're only talking about 9-10% of precincts coming in so far, but Harris with that 15% lead. Were you surprised when you saw that?
Well, not at all, because if you look at just the Polk County Auditor's website, their numbers are bigger, actually, than what you were just reported. There's more votes there. 9.3% means it's almost entirely Polk County. Yeah. So it actually is a good thing if you look at from the Republicans, like Pete was saying, they need to get a little bit in excess of 40,000 vote excuse me, spread. And when you look at where it is right now, it's 28-29% spread on the Polk County Auditor's Office, which is a more full report of the numbers. So that's actually a really good thing for Zack Nunn, that he's only down 30,000 votes. That's huge in his favor, actually.
So like you're saying that that's good for Republicans, but Pete, for Democrats, I mean, when you see those numbers, it looks good there on the outside, but is there any room for hope, any reason for hope?
And here's where the hope, and it might not even be hope, it might be real. We don't know. We know that Polk County is in at 124 of 176 precincts. We don't know what precincts are out.
Right.
So there very well may be enough Democrat precincts that can get you to that other 12,000 that you need. We don't know where they are. So, and if you look at it, it's been pretty incremental, but each dump, Lanon's been going up a little more. He was at 25, now he's at about 28. So if that keeps happening for another 20 precincts, it's going to be right around that number. So we don't know where it's from. So that's really where the hope would come from.
And it goes back to what you guys were saying earlier. This race is really, it's going to kind of come down to location and making sure that you've recruited, that you've campaigned in those certain places where you're going to need votes, right?
Yeah, it's always that way. I mean, and I don't mean that in a glib way. It's always the campaign, and I know it sounds so simplistic, but it's the campaign that gets the GOTV and gets the vote out, and who does the better job of that. And like I said, we're invigorated here because we have a new sense of that in Polk County, and that's why I want to look at a few more of these precincts coming in before I get worried.
Yes, because again, we're only about 10% in, and that's just from what we were seeing right there. So let's get back over to Steph, because we're going to keep this going. I know that Dana has someone for us over at the Nunn campaign, right?
That is right, Joseph. Thank you so much. Dana, we want to check in with you. We just saw those numbers that show Representative Nunn is trailing right now. Any reaction to that out there?
Yeah, Stephanie, so it's looking like Zack Nunn is trailing 58 to 41% right now, with almost 60% of those votes being counted. I just kind of ran after the Nunn campaign to try to see if they had any comment or any feelings about how they were feeling when we first got these numbers in, and they just said no comment right now. That changed from earlier where they were excited and feeling really confident. So definitely a subtle mood change. Zack Nunn is watching the results roll in a different room right now. I did just see his wife come into the room. She's out talking to voters and campaign volunteers. I saw Attorney General Brenna Bird just got here. So it's nothing super obvious right now of a mood change, but you can definitely tell the Nunn campaign isn't wanting to comment right now, whereas before they were saying they were feeling much more confident. So we'll continue to try to get answers for you to see if they do have any further comment, but right now definitely a bit of a mood change in a different room. Everyone is still lively watching these results roll in, clapping every time they see Trump win electoral votes, but behind the scenes you can tell there is a bit of a different mood change.
All right, we appreciate that perspective, Dana. Thank you. Let's head out to Connor O'Neill again, coming to us from the Baccam headquarters camp there. Mood change there, Connor?
Yeah, mood change is right. Yeah, that's right, Stephanie. Because we're hearing that right now that as the start of the numbers are coming in, Stephanie, the Baccam right now is leading this third congressional race. And that's big, and there's a lot of energy. And I'm going to bring in Al Womble here, community activist. You're somebody who's endorsed Baccam. A few months ago, you're somebody who's been a big part of the Democratic Party in the state of Iowa. I was just telling Stephanie in the studio that Baccam's leading this race now. There's a lot of energy going on right now in this room, right, Al?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is because, there are people who really believed in Baccam. And so they've been out, volunteering, being active in the community. They've been having conversations with other people in the community who are also responding positively to Lanen Baccam. And that's why you see so much energy in this room. That's why you see so much excitement. People really have a chance, think that we have a chance to win this election. And that is what is driving people to be so energetic about this. And not only that, they have a candidate they really believed in. People do not volunteer and get out and knock doors and make phone calls and do all of those kinds of things if they don't believe in that candidate.
Yeah, you just used the word volunteer, something we were just talking about too. When Rita Hart was speaking earlier, she was talking about the volunteership within the Democratic Party. I know you know a lot about this too, but 600,000 doors knocked in the state of Iowa from volunteers. That's what Rita said. That shows how strong this party is. And you said it takes a village, right?
Yeah, they say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes an entire community to help win an election. And here we've seen that, where before we would have to scrape and scrounge for volunteers, people were pouring in saying, we want to volunteer, we want to write postcards, make phone calls, do texting. We want to go ahead and knock on doors. People had never knocked on doors before. That shows you that people really believe in Lanen Baccam. They believe they can make a difference, and they're excited about the possibility of having an Iowa that more reflects their values and their issues rather than one that doesn't so much deal with their community issues. And I think that's what's at stake here, and that's what people are excited about.
You just said, people believing in Lanen Baccam here. You believe in Lanen Baccam here. Before they came out to us, I asked you, real talk, how confident are you guys that he can win this 3rd congressional race?
I am pretty confident. I think about an election almost like, the birth of my children. Beforehand, you're really excited, you're really nervous, you're like, oh my God, what is going to happen? And then it takes place, and you know what? This was great, this is wonderful, this is better than I expected. And that's what, a race can be like. It can drive you nuts and you can be crazy beforehand, but then when it happens, you're like, this is amazing. So, yeah, I really do that Lanen does have a chance to win. It's probably going to be a close race, but they often are in the state of Iowa because we're stubborn and, it's a hard time to get people to make up their minds. But from all the responses I've seen, not only from our volunteers, but from people in the community, from people all the way from here to Wetumpka, it's been very positive for Lanen Baccam, so I think things are going to work out well this evening.
Yeah, you guys are feeling great, and I appreciate you for speaking to me. It's always great to catch up with you, Al.
Thank you.
Good luck with you guys the rest of the way.
Thank
you, sir. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Stephanie, back to you guys.
All right, Connor, thank you. Let's head back out to Larissa Leone, who found us yet another voter out there. I understand a Trump supporter. Larissa.
Yes, that is right. With me here is Marilyn. And Marilyn, you are new to the Hawkeye State. You haven't been in Iowa for so long.
No, yes, I'm new from California, and I'm so happy to start a new life here. So I'm just happy.
Well, that's great. Welcome to Iowa. Can you talk to me a little about? I see your hat there, Trump. What makes you want to vote for Trump?
Well, I come from Nicaragua. I was born in Nicaragua and moved to California, and I want to be a free person. I want to be in a place where I feel that I'm really welcome and not used.
Yeah.
I felt like I was that in California, so.
What do you think Trump's going to do to ensure that you get that freedom that you're craving?
I think he's done already a lot for the Latino community, and I just look forward to be, well represented by the Latino community, and I think he's just great for the Latinos, and he shows that in the last time when he was president, and that's why I support him.
Yeah, is there anything on the ballot that you specifically want to see happen? Any issues that you're voting on?
Yes, the border and the economy and crime.
Those are your top priorities there?
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, Marilyn, welcome to Iowa. We've been telling her she's got a lot of go to Adventureland, do all those Iowa things, okay? Thanks for joining us, Marilyn.
Thank you.
Stephanie, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Larissa. We appreciate it very much. Well, we are going to head out to the Harris camp where our Alex Fulton is standing by tonight. He has been following her campaign. Alex, with these preliminary numbers in showing a lead for Harris in Iowa right now, how is the mood there?
Stephanie, well, we just heard this whole crowd here at the Hotel Fort Des Moines cheer as they're watching those results come in. People are feeling pretty good about that lead that Kamala Harris is showing in Iowa over Donald Trump. I'm going to take a look here. It looks like she is ahead about 14 percentage points, which is a pretty major lead right now. That is about 11% reporting. We're still, of course, waiting for a lot of votes to come in, but of course, a lot of people are excited tonight because of that Des Moines Register Mediacom poll that came out over the weekend that showed that Harris is predicted to win by 3 percentage points in the state, and that attracted the attention by a lot of national media outlets, national politicians as well, including Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And volunteers have been talking about all night just how energized Iowa voters have become after Kamala Harris entered the race after, of course, Joe Biden dropped out. And Rita Hart said earlier tonight that there were about 600,000 doors knocked across Iowa just after Harris entered this race. So there was a lot of energy tonight, and all of these Democrats here at the Hotel Fort Des Moines are going to be watching that to see if that comes true, that poll that I was talking about earlier, and if that hard work paid off. Back to you, Stephanie.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. We want to get back into those congressional races now in the U.S. House. Iowa's 1st District, Mariannette Miller-Meeks, the Republican incumbent, is holding on to a lead right now, 51.7% to her challenger, Christina Bohannan, 48.3%. This was another one of those races that was considered vulnerable in the U.S. House, so we'll keep a close eye on that as more results come in. Let's move on to the 3rd District. Again, this is one we're watching closely, another one that was considered vulnerable. Incumbent Zack Nunn trailing 41.3% to Lanen Baccam's 58.7%. Of course, we just heard from both of their camps out there right now, hearing mood shifts in the room out there. Let's move on to the 4th District. This one was considered safe. Randy Feenstra, sizable lead there. He is the incumbent, the Republican, 63.8% to his challenger, Ryan Melton, 36.2%. So we'll keep an eye on those numbers throughout the night. Let's go to the 2nd District now. This one was also considered relatively safe, but here we have incumbent Ashley Hinson at 49.3%, so trailing behind her Democratic challenger right now, 49.8%. Very, very close. We're going to talk to Adrian now about Georgia. This is an area that you have some expertise in. You've done some work in Georgia, and this was a state that has been getting a lot of attention. So what are you seeing happening right now in the presidential race there in Georgia?
So it's looking a little bit at the early results. So of course, not everything's in, but there's a little bit more in some counties than others. And what we're seeing is actually a surprisingly similar dynamic to what we saw in 2020, specifically in urban areas. I was expecting, based on a few polls about how minorities might have been shifting a little bit towards the Republican side. So we're seeing results that look similar to what we had in 2020, which bodes pretty well for Harris, but on the flip side, we're seeing other counties that went for Trump in 2020 that are going for Trump by slightly higher margins right now. So Georgia is shaping up to be looking like what we had in 2020, pretty much called late and very tight.
Another one of those races, we're seeing a lot of them, where every vote seems to count.
Yeah, specifically in certain areas, and there are down ballots elements that can bring you to vote a little bit more. What we're seeing in North Carolina as well is something where we could have expected maybe an effect that is usually the opposite of what we see, where whatever happens at the top of the ballot with the president is what drives what's happening at the bottom of the ballot. But with what's happening with Mark Robinson and Josh Stein in the gubernatorial race, we could have expected a little bit of a reverse effect in which that race would drag a little bit down Donald Trump at the top of the ballot. But this is not what seems to be happening based on early results there.
Very interesting. Now, of course, you're an associate professor at Drake, so you work with a lot of our young, maybe first-time voters, and you're teaching them. What's the dynamic that you're seeing with that age group right now?
So Drake is performing really well in terms of turnout. So I feel like there's that element of both civic duty and like feeling concerned with the stakes of this election. There's this tendency among my students to see it as a make or break. What we were talking about when we were talking a little bit about division and polarization, when we're seeing that among college students, they're being reached out to more than ever, and that's something that we're seeing nationwide. But Drake is doing a very good job of turning people out, and there's excitement about what's going on there.
Well, that's certainly encouraging. We talked about that polarization. Do you find that that generation is able to have these conversations, or are they having a hard time doing that?
So where you might be able to see it a little bit more is if you have college students and non-college students of the same generation, where college students tend to lean liberal a little bit more. That is something you experience on college campuses. But if you were to bring them together with non-college students, that's where you would have those divisions, and you would be able to see whether they're able to have those conversations. The problems that we're not necessarily seeing that happening that much, and so most of my students may not have that connection with people that are not in that, don't want to call it a bubble, but not in that environment where they're interacting with people that may have like-minded mindsets.
Okay, so interesting. Moving forward, you know, a lot of people right now are feeling kind of hopeless. You know, you see this next generation coming up. Is there hope?
Yeah, definitely in terms of how involved they tend to be and how they view politics as something they can directly make a difference in, instead of seeing it as an electoral cycle in which you are turned out every 4 years or every 2 years. I see my students as being able to bring that element of what they believe in and trying to make more than just participating through voting. So that's something that gives me a little bit of hope.
You talked a little bit about what was driving them to the polls. What about other age groups? And what are the things that we really saw people sink their teeth into and then got them out the door?
So you have three main things you can think about. So you have the partisanship ideology, where it's internalized. You've been with that, don't want to call it a team, but with that side for a long time, and you have certain values that you hold dear, and that's going to drive you to the polls. For those who are a little bit more on the fence, we do see the state of the economy being usually a major decisive factor, which in this election specifically would tend to favor Trump a little bit more in terms of how the economy is perceived. And then you do see the characteristics of individual candidates, on which we would see, based on likability, we would see a slight Harris advantage over Trump. So those can be three different things that drive people to vote.
Very different things. Yeah. All right, Adrian, thank you. Well, we want to head out to our Connor O'Neill right now. He is with longtime state representative Akeo Abdul-Samad as he actually wraps up his career, his long career in the State House. Connor.
Yeah, Stephanie, I'm here with Representative Abdul-Samad, like you just said. We were just talking to Polk County numbers are starting to come in for Lanon. He's leading in that county. I wanted to ask you, how important is a county like Polk County for this 3rd congressional race?
In the 3rd congressional race, Polk County has always been priority. If you don't win Polk County, you don't win 3rd district. You know, and the numbers have to be large. When we looked at the last election, 2,000 votes separated the candidates. And those 2,000 votes were less in Polk County. So you can win on the outer layer and do good, but if you don't take Polk County, you don't win.
Well, knowing you just said the last couple of races, they've been decided by less than 1 percentage point. You talked about the thousands of votes. Knowing that, how are you feeling knowing this is probably going to be another really, really close race?
It's going to be an extremely close race. We got two candidates, that are running, that have their own base, so it depends who turns out. That's what we're looking at, and who can take Polk County. That's what it's going to look like. So we hope, of course, Lanon, gets the increase. But the good part is District 34, my former district now, is the lowest voting turnout, in Polk County. We have increased our numbers tenfold. So it depends who people went to vote for, at the polls. But the increase means a lot to us.
Last thing I want to ask you, Representative, I know you got a room upstairs, all the Democrats, you guys are talking everything. I know you got the podcast, but yeah. I want to hear just from you, talking with some of the other state leaders here with the Democratic Party. How are you feeling, and how are you guys all feeling, those conversations that you're having right now?
Yeah, I'm excited, because you got to understand, I'm much older now, I never thought I would see, number one, a black president, so I never thought I would see a female black female running for president. I never thought that I would see the possibility of us taking back the House, in my term, and we're doing that now. We got a chance to do both of those. I'm thoroughly excited because it's making history right now. And our young people need to see that politics is okay. That it's people who mess up, not politics. Politics is okay to get into,
I haven't heard from my producer, so I'm going to ask one more question.
Yeah.
you brought up Kamala. I want to ask, how are you feeling about the presidential race?
I feel it's 50-50.
Okay. Yeah.
Without a doubt. Of course I want her to win. And I think that this would change the game. Instead of us playing the game, we're going to change the game. Because this turns the history, a page in history for the whole United States. Because the United States has to become a leader of the world and quit policing the world. And that's the kind of president we need now.
Well, I want to thank you for joining me. You said you feel older. You don't look like it. You don't look like it at all. So
see, that's what keeps me watching your channel.
Oh, hey, come on. Well, thanks so much for joining me, man.
Right,
Good luck with the rest of the night, sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, Stephanie's.
Right.
I know you'll come back out to me. Right back to you.
All right, Connor, thank you so much. Let's head out to our Dana Searles at the Nunn campaign headquarters. Dana, how are Nunn supporters doing right now, given the latest numbers that we've been seeing?
Stephanie, everybody is still closely watching that TV behind me, waiting for some more numbers to roll in. But I'm joined right now with Eric Klein. Eric voted for Zack Nunn and knows Zack Nunn. Start off by just telling me, what about Zack Nunn do you think sets him apart?
Sure, a number of different things. One is here's a guy that has got a great education. He's got experience in the private sector. He's a colonel in the Army Air Force. In the meantime, being elected to the state Senate, to the state House, and being a congressman, he's shown himself to be both bipartisan, working across the aisles, and he's got a proven record of getting the job done, and that's why I support Zack Nunn.
And we were just talking off camera about his experience as a veteran. Tell me, you were putting into a little bit of perspective about why you believe that sets him apart too. Tell me a little bit more about what we were chatting about.
Sure, as a fellow veteran, Zack is a full-bird colonel, which shows that he's been in charge of a lot of different troops. That's a lot to keep in perspective. It'd be like a battalion commander or someone that's been in charge of a large corporation. And he's done all this, and including serving in Congress while raising 6 kids. That's pretty exceptional.
And he is trailing right now in the polls a little bit in the numbers, the recent numbers that were just released. Tell me how you guys are feeling and kind of where your mindset's at right now.
We're feeling great. Zack came behind 2 years ago and beat an incumbent, and we feel good that you can believe what you want to in polls, but he's put the time and effort. His campaign staff has done a great job. He's an exceptional candidate. We're feeling good heading into time.
And we've talked about a few things and touched on a few different issues. What are some of the key issues that you really feel confident in Zack Nunn for?
There's a number of them. The economy is key. Zack's position on immigration is important. I think Zack's position on being able to work with Democrats to get the job done is important. And I'm confident that Zack's position on right to life and the fetal heartbeat bill is also very much a positive for Zack.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. A lot of key issues there, a lot to unpack, and a lot to still continue to watch tonight. You heard it there. They are still feeling confident. It's been the storyline all night. Every single vote counts. It's going to be a close one, and Zack Nunn is really using that experience from winning the close race in 2022 to hopefully set him apart and pull ahead in this race. We'll continue to watch these numbers and talk to voters out here, but for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Dana. We're going to head out to our Alex Fulton, who is with a Harris voter right now. Alex.
Stephanie, yep, I'm here with Grace Argan-Bright, and we've heard a lot of cheers throughout the room. There was one point CNN zoomed into Polk County, and it showed a pretty sizable lead for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and I just want to get your thoughts so far. How are you feeling about everything?
I'm feeling optimistic, but not overly confident. But yeah, I think Iowa can flip and be blue, and we'll see.
And I was going to say, so obviously you voted for Harris and Walz. What were the top priorities for you that made you vote that way?
Yeah, as a young woman, I care a lot about reproductive freedom. So that was kind of top of my mind, being able to make choices about my own body. And as a public school teacher, the second issue is public education and having a candidate that supports public education, that will support and fund the Department of Education, especially here in Iowa, seeing what our school voucher program has done for us. So having a candidate that supports public education was also top of mind.
Yeah, and you were telling me off camera earlier that you've lived in Iowa for your entire life. You know, we've obviously seen Iowa seems to be going redder and redder, but what have you kind of seen? What have you kind of noticed in this state?
Yeah, I've seen young people caring a lot about what's going on. I think that's pushing the state to be more democratic. Also women, especially here with our 6-week abortion ban, I think that has really fired up women to be more political and more active and engaged. And I've canvassed a little too, and seeing so many people like on the ground, knocking doors, making phone calls, I think all of that has impacted kind of the change we're seeing in Iowa and hope to see continue.
Thank you so much for that. We'll have to see if Iowa turns blue tonight and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz win the state, but it's looking pretty good for them right now. Reporting live in Des Moines, Alex Fulton, Local 5 News.
All right, we want to get to some of the Iowa House races. This is House District 30, where we have Democratic incumbent Megan Srinivas right now. She is leading her challenger, Jerry Cheevers, 64.9%. There you saw there. Let's go on to House District 34. This is the one that was left vacant by Representative Akil Abdul-Samad, retiring this year. So no incumbent here, but Rob Johnson right now holding a good lead, 77.3% to Danielle Dugan's 22.14% there. Let's move on to House District 39. Rick Olson, the incumbent, holding a lead on his challenger, Troy Clark, 55.2%, at about 44.5% there. And in House District 42, incumbent Heather Mattson, the Democrat, holding a lead, 53.2% to Heather Stevenson, the Republican, 46.6%. Pardon me, I'm going to talk to my producer for a second. Kate, what was that again? All right, we're going to take a look at some of the legal battles that we have seen heading into this election.
Dozens of election-related lawsuits in key states will determine who is able to vote, how they vote, and how those votes will be counted. Broadly speaking, Republicans and conservative groups have been suing to limit voters' eligibility, while Democrats and liberal groups have gotten involved in lawsuits to protect voters' eligibility. Our reporters around the country are watching closely.
I'm Bram Resnick at the Arizona State Capitol. We've tracked down 11 voting-related lawsuits over the last 10 months, all but one of them filed by Republicans or their allies. One ruling to watch as the election unfolds: a judge struck down safeguards against intimidation at the polls. During the 2022 election, people with video cameras recorded voters at ballot drop boxes, and armed men were on patrol. That will be allowed.
Here in Pennsylvania, 20 lawsuits have been filed related to the 2024 election. About half of those were filed by voters themselves or nonpartisan organizations. The other half, though, were filed overwhelmingly by Republicans. Some question the state's process for counting mail-in ballots. Others question individual counties about how they test electronic voting machines.
I'm Chris Arabsky at the St. Croix County Courthouse in Wisconsin. We found 14 election-related lawsuits filed in Wisconsin this year. Half of them filed in the last 6 weeks. 11 cases were brought up by Republican groups or their allies. The rest appear nonpartisan in nature. Those lawsuits comprise concerns over not hiring enough Republican election inspectors to challenging the accuracy of the voter rolls. The biggest controversy, though, has been over absentee ballots and drop boxes. 2 years ago, a conservative majority in the state Supreme Court banned the use of most drop boxes in this state. But this summer, a new liberal majority in the High Court overturned its own ruling allowing these for the general election, an election in which President Biden won by fewer than 21,000 votes in 2020.
Here in Georgia, at least
21 election-related lawsuits have been filed since the beginning of the year. Many of them are still working their way through the court system, and most of the ones that have reached final judgment at the trial court level, they are now subject to appeal. One of the biggest cases we've been following, a challenge to a series of newly passed election rules passed by the conservative majority on the state election board. But recently, a Fulton County judge struck down those rules, including one that would have required a hand count of ballots. And when the state Supreme Court had a chance to intervene, it declined, meaning that even though the appeals process continues in this case, it is unlikely those rules will be in place on Election Day.
Here in Michigan, our peninsulas may be connected, but our politics couldn't be more divided. Here at 13 on Your Side, we identified at least 9 different election-related lawsuits in the lead-up to November. A couple of those brought by liberal-oriented organizations, but the majority brought by the Republican National Committee, who have signaled these have been meant to uphold election law and instill election integrity. Some have already been dismissed in the courts, but some are still ongoing, including one that alleges that the state government overstepped their authority in setting up voter registration sites in VA hospitals and offices of the Small Business Administration.
Here in Texas, we found at least half a dozen lawsuits with the potential to shape the election. 4 filed by the state's Republican Attorney General or other conservative groups, 1 by Democratic county officials, and the balance by the ACLU. Most have to do with how voter registration worked, and that voter registration process is over for this election here in Texas. But of course, it could affect downstream how many people turn out to vote. There are a couple of lawsuits that have to do with voting itself, including mail-in voting. But of course, there could be more lawsuits filed as early voting gets underway and on Election Day itself.
I'm Ben Thompson in Charlotte. Here in North Carolina, our election lawsuits are split right down the middle. 5 conservative, 5 liberal, most still working their way through our legal system. Just days ago, though, a judge ruled against Republican challenges of certain overseas ballots, saying there was no obvious fraud involved.
Not all of these cases will be resolved by Election Day, and certainly there will be fresh challenges, especially in swing states. We'll continue to track these cases closely as they impact Americans' right to vote and have that vote counted. In Denver, I'm Kyle Clark.
You're watching Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Oh, welcome to Local 5's election night coverage. Polls have closed. We have a busy night ahead, as you can imagine, as this election will decide, of course, the next president, some key legislative seats. We have live team coverage. Our reporters are standing by at candidate watch parties in Des Moines to give you the latest reaction on the vote numbers that are coming in and eventual results. Joseph Holloway is standing by to speak with our team of political analysts, as you see there, to break down the context around these races. We have all of our analysts on the standby. We have a lot to get to on the Democratic side. We have Pete D'Alessandro. And we have Ed Failer in too as well. We're going to talk to them in just a minute because there are some races we want to talk to you about. And this is one of them, Senate District 22. The incumbent in this one is longtime State Senator Brad Zahn, Senate President Pro Tem right now. He is trailing his Democratic opponent, Matt Blake, leading right now, 52.5% there to Brad Zahn's 47.3%. This is an important race, and these results we want to get to with our analysts right now. So let's head over, Joseph, to talk about why what we're seeing here is significant.
Yes, absolutely. Very significant because Brad Zahn, I mean, he's been in office for, about 16, at least knocking on 20 years. So to see a defeat like that, usually you don't really see a lot of incumbents lose. How devastating can that be, not just for him, obviously, but also just for the party as well?
Sure. In this case, it's not as devastating as it might appear. Brad Zahn has always been in a district that's the new one, slightly different than his past one, where he's had President Trump lost that district by about 9 points, if I recall correctly, 4 years ago, and Brad was able to outperform it. So this will be interesting to get to the deeper into the data and find out what happened in the Trump-Harris there, because what you have, actually, the Polk County Auditor's Office is reporting all 23 precincts reporting now. So it isn't as surprising as you might think. Brad Zahn's always been a great campaigner, a great overperformer in what the numbers might look like on their own. So this isn't any, in just pure data form, not shaking in any way and saying anything broadly about the acceptance of the Republican Party. It's just saying that Brad Zahn this time just couldn't lift the burden he had to lift and outperform every time like he has.
And I know that this is one of those races that, if you've been seeing all the campaign ads, this has been one that we've seen a lot of ads for. Do we know if, obviously there's a reason we see these ads all the time, but is it the campaigning that's worked? Is it something that Zahn did wrong that could be the reason for all of this?
Well, and sometimes we're looking for all those things and we forget about the thing that's right in front of you, is that Matt Blake is a really good candidate. Matt Blake is one of those candidates that when parties are trying to get back into the game, they want them because they become part of what we call the bench and could be a candidate for higher office someday. He's that good of a candidate. He's a local elected official. He's a veteran. He works hard as a candidate. So let's not write that piece off that everything Ed said was right, but it took a really good candidate to do it. And I'm going to go back to something I said earlier. The revitalization of the Polk County Democratic Party helped a lot there too.
And those things are true. And Blake obviously ran a good campaign. He's an attractive candidate. All those things are true. But it's one of those times where just at some point you can't keep lifting in a district that you shouldn't be winning.
Understandable. Okay, so I do want to talk a little bit about, just as we're getting more results in, we're starting to see a lot more of those local races. Are there any other ones that are really surprising you guys as you just look through and you're getting these results in?
I wouldn't say surprised. I would say pleasantly surprised. It looks like Molly Buck is going to win. Another one of those great legislative candidates. I know Ed was talking about this earlier. She's someone even Republicans, and I'll let you speak to that, look at as well. Let's keep an eye on this person.
When the AEA discussion that happened in the legislature this last year, I saw her on the floor, and she just was measured and unemotional, and emotional, but appropriately emotional, and measured, and really delivered a good. She's somebody that has a real possibility of doing what she wants to do next.
Now, I know after the Iowa poll, there was a lot of concern, there was a lot of talk, shall we say, that the abortion law may have some kind of impact in terms of what we end up seeing here at the polls in terms of our results. Are we seeing anything right now that could prove that may have been true? Just from what you guys have seen so far?
I think there are some places that are closer. I think just that poll alone could have been the sign of it, even if it winds up being a little different. Look, there was no money spent here by either of the presidential candidates, really, like we're used to.
Right.
And so if all of a sudden something that was supposed to be 10 or 12 points even becomes 5 or 6, well, something has to explain it, especially if they weren't spending money. And so I think we're going to see it around the country, but I think it's Dobbs. And I think it is going to have an effect, and it had an effect here, and it's going to have an effect in a lot of other places too.
Do you think that there are any impacts there?
Well, there obviously are some impacts, right? Either side of it invigorates them, right? I'm not looking at anything yet that I see, wow, that's a drastic, unexpected outcome that I can lay that on. I think that's a thing down the road when you dump deeper into the data and you figure out what's going on, that you're going to know that. It certainly had some impact, or so much money wouldn't have been spent by the Democrats on that topic if they didn't understand. I mean, they're not dumb. They have data and they know why they're doing what they're doing. So it obviously had some impact. I just think it's way too early to tell what that was and if it was significant or not.
Yeah. And now when we talk about the congressional races, so obviously kind of taking that step up right now, the latest results, we saw that Baccam was in the lead over Nunn. Is this about what you expected at this point of the night at least?
Well, like Pete was talking about earlier, that Baccam really needed to win Polk County by 40,000, 42,000, feel comfortable that that puts him in a position to win the district. Well, right now with 167 of 176 precincts, Baccam's up by, he's pushing closer and closer to that number. It's 38,000, so it's getting there as the last precincts are coming in. So that's an interesting thing to keep an eye on. Do they hit that 40,000 threshold gap, and then that's going to make the rest of the night really interesting there.
And the other thing to remember is we all do this. Consultants do this. We fight the last battle all the time. And so all the things we're talking about is this is the data we had going into this. But we are in the middle of a realignment in this country. So even though we throw these numbers out, it's a target, and we're going to be close, but it might change a little bit. There might be a difference in Dallas County we haven't caught yet because of the realignment that offsets something. And there might be something farther west in the district that helps the congressman, because the realignment's happening and it'll change those counties. So it is something to keep looking at, because the spread is big enough where it's like, hey, he's still got to catch him.
Okay. Well, obviously, we'll continue to have analysis throughout the night. Stephanie, we'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, let's take a deeper dive into some of those numbers that we're getting in. We're going to go back to your congressional races here in Iowa. Let's start with the 1st District. Mariannette Miller-Meeks, the incumbent here. I'm going to repeat that this was considered one of the vulnerable races in the U.S. House. The incumbent holding on to her lead right now, 51.5% to Christina Bohannan's 48.5%. And now in the 2nd District, Ashley Hinson, the incumbent Republican, 51% over Sarah Corkery's 47.6%. House District 3, this was the one that we were talking about just a moment ago here. Zack Nunn and Lanen Baccam. Zack Nunn, the incumbent, still trailing Lanen Baccam 46.2% to 53.8%. And finally, in the 4th District there, Randy Feenstra. This one was considered quite secure leading into the election. The incumbent Randy Feenstra holding at 70.4% to Ryan Melton's 30%. We want to head out to the field now with our Dana Searles, who is at the Nunn camp. Still those numbers probably aren't the news that they want to see out there.
Definitely not what they want to see, Stephanie. But I will tell you, the mood is a little bit of a mixture right now. I spoke with the Nunn campaign earlier, where first they were telling me they were optimistic, they were confident going into the night from what they've heard from voters. Then I chased after them, trying to ask them if they had any comment when Nunn was first trailing, and they said no comments. Nunn was since watching the votes come in through a different room, but we did just see him start to kind of congregate out into the lobby, not into the room quite yet, but we have seen him start to come out of the room from where the votes he's been watching. And then we spoke to a voter who still feels very confident. A big thing that they are looking back on is that 2022 race when Zack Nunn pulled ahead at the end there after the votes flipped a little bit more his way in a lot of the more rural counties from what we've seen. So they're still confident in using that experience that he had in 2022. We've been talking about that race all night, but it really is kind of relevant again here because of the closeness of it. The first race in 2022 where Zack Nunn won, that was just over 2,000 votes of a difference. And like we've been saying, because the campaigns continue to say it, every single vote matters. So people are still excited and are still confident out here despite Nunn trailing a little bit. But you can tell that maybe not as confident as they were earlier in the night, but they do start to see some of those rural counties votes start to roll in. And they are, the energy's getting a little bit louder, the volume's turning up a little bit louder. So switching a little bit, but overall just a little bit hesitant to be overconfident right now. So we'll keep watching these out here, but I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Numbers that are too close for comfort. All right, Dana, thank you. But let's head out to Connor O'Neill, who is at the Baccam camp. Connor, they've got to be feeling pretty good right about now.
Yeah, Stephanie, they are feeling great. And Dana was just talking about that energy there. The energy's kind of boosted here. The energy has boosted here. Honestly, it hasn't boosted. It's been like this the whole night. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm still here. House Minority Jennifer Kahn first. Thanks still for joining me.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, we were just talking about the numbers. Close to 50% numbers coming in here, primarily from Polk and Dallas County. But Baccam's still leading. What's the energy like from you guys?
I mean, it feels great, right? I mean, we definitely see it trending in the right direction. What I would say is we're going to expect it to tighten a little bit. So we're not getting the cart before the horse, but we feel good about what we're seeing so far. turnout in Polk and Dallas is good, and that's going to help us, I think.
I wanted to ask you too about upstairs. I know I've talked about this a couple times upstairs because you were telling me all of you guys, state representatives and just the Democratic Party, upstairs, you guys are watching those numbers come in, right?
Yeah, our team is up there right now. We're each assigned to different districts, and we're just hitting refresh, and then we're just seeing kind of how each individual Statehouse race is going. A lot of data still out there, so thrilled that Representative Molly Buck got reelected, that Representative Rob Johnson's going to join us, and Larry McBurney. So we're starting to see our caucus come together, but we got a long time left.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you the last question too. I was just going to ask you about the energy that we already talked about, but you're starting to see those races come in. That must really help you guys.
It does. It does. It just helps us to kind of get a picture because we've been flying blind for so long. It's just nice to start to have some data and some results and feel like things are moving, and that's kind of where we feel. This is a really stressful and exciting time of the night.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining me, Representative Conference. I appreciate it, dear.
See you soon.
Yeah, good luck with the rest of the night.
Thank you.
All right, Stephanie, back to you.
All right, Connor, thank you. We're going to dive into some of those numbers again in the Statehouse races. Senate District 22, we just talked about this one. This is longtime incumbent Brad Zahn, trailing right now to his challenger, Matt Blake, 47.3% to 52.4%. Again, Brad Zahn been in this seat for quite some time, Senate President Pro Tem at this point. So a little bit of an upset here, or maybe that's an understatement. Let's move on to Senate District 14 right now. Sarah Trone-Garriott is the incumbent there. She is leading at this point, 52% to Mark Hansen's 47%. This is over in Dallas County. And moving on to Senate District 20, we have the incumbent Nate Bolton. He is in the lead right now, 52.2% of the vote to Mike Pike's 57.5% of the vote. And in Senate District 12, Nicole Lowe pulling ahead of incumbent Amy Sinclair, another big race here that we're keeping our eye on. Challenger with 66% of the vote right now to Amy Sinclair's 33%. And we want to head out to our Larissa Leone. She has been out at the Republican headquarters. She's been following the Trump camp out there. How's the mood in that room right now, Larissa?
Well, Stephanie, the mood is a little bit of everything. There's some excitement, some cheering when we're getting some of those state precinct pollings coming in. But as far as locally, it's a little shaky. There's definitely some panic in the room right now. We did see Attorney General Brenna Byrd. She's making her rounds out here. She says that she's not willing to talk until more of those numbers come through. And we spoke with the GOP communications director, and he's been telling us that in a little bit, we're going to start to hear more of those candidates take the stage to speak about some of these early projections that we're seeing right now. So stick with us because we're going to definitely be letting you know what they're feeling. But right now, it's kind of anyone's bag, and it's a little mix of everything, Stephanie.
All right, Larissa, thank you very much. We appreciate your insight out there as always. We're going to get into some more House races here right now. Let's go ahead and get that full screen up if we can. There we go. House District 57. This is incumbent Pat Grassley. We don't have any numbers showing for this one yet, so we're going to want to move on to that. This is an important one, though. We'll circle back to that one. In House District 30, incumbent Megan Srinivas is leading right now. Jerry Cheever's 64.9% to 34.7%. All right, in House District 34, this was the seat, again, that was left vacant by Akeo Abdul Samad retiring, a longtime representative there. Rob Johnson is holding a sizable lead, 77% to his challenger, Republican Danielle Duggan, at 22%. And in House District 39, incumbent Rick Olson leading at 55.2% to his challenger, Troy Clark, the Republican, 44.5% there. And in House District 42, we have incumbent Heather Mattson with a lead, 53.2% to Republican Heather Stevenson, 46.6%. All right, we want to head over to Joseph and our analysts for a look at some of these races that we're seeing shape up now.
Yeah, like we said, we just saw that one right there with Mattson Stevenson. What's your reaction when you're seeing all the different races that are coming in? Any surprises, anything that really stands out at this point?
The one that, I wouldn't say it's a surprise, but Heather Mattson is like in that tight race she's always in, and it's playing right out like it always does. She's about 300 votes up with one precinct to go. So theoretically, we don't know where that precinct is, but that's looking like you're going to hold another really tough seat they're going to go after every time. The other race I wanted to just talk about real quick, and again, it's not a surprise, but it fits into what I'm talking about with the new people coming in, is Larry McBurney in District 44. That was an open seat because John Forbes tried to move up to run for supervisor, and Larry McBurney's going to win by a lot. He did win by a lot there. Another one of these candidates is an elected official already, a veteran, and brings a real hard worker. So he's going to be an interesting leader at the legislature.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, there are several of these races that we kind of saw going in that there was going to be a lot of, there was going to be some real contention. There was really going to be a run for the money here. And pretty much we're kind of being served right, correct?
I think so. And the other interesting thing about Larry is he beat the powers that be's choice in the primary. So that makes him even a little more independent when he goes there. He doesn't really answer to the leadership because they didn't want him in there to begin with. So he's going to be a really interesting guy to watch there.
Is there anything that these different candidates who have a lot of momentum right now, is there anything that they have in common that may make them stand out? Or really is this all just kind of what you've said all night, coming down to the math?
Well, it comes down to the math, but it also comes down to one thing every one of these candidates, through their different biographies, have, is every person I just mentioned and that we've been talking about are really hard workers. And at the end of the day, it sounds old school and whatever, but there's nothing that makes up for that. And all of them, regardless of their ideology, regardless of the type of things they're going to stand for, they went out and knocked a lot of doors individually, each of these people I mentioned, and they work hard. And those are the toughest people to always beat.
And on that note, and we were talking about this earlier on in the show about the race there in District 22 between Matt Blake and Brad Zahn. That race has officially been called that Matt Blake is the winner. So just to see that change happen, is this going to really make a lot of waves among Republicans?
No, again,
Yeah.
it's a district that it's nearly, I don't know, miraculous, but Brad Zahn holding that seat as long as he did, and with the district laid out like he was the mayor of Urbandale. He's a local guy, owned a hardware store. I mean, and nobody outworked Brad Zahn, right? So he's like these Democrat candidates that Pete's been talking about. He's always been that person, right? And he just obviously couldn't outlift and outwork this time. So no, it really doesn't. I mean, if you had a Republican-leaning seat that went, that Trump carried and somebody lost, then let's talk about that. Or that Trump was very close. Well, yeah, then that might send some shockwaves. But that isn't what happened in this. In this.
So you're saying this was inevitable, essentially?
I'm sorry, I want to break in and
Please.
give you something.
Please.
They just did the website, and actually Molly Buck, with 10 and 10 in, is going to wind up losing.
Really?
By 150 votes.
Wow.
So the original number they had put up was not correct when we were looking at that, and it looks like she's down.
And let's fill people in on that just in case they're
That's
not
House
aware.
District 41.
Ankeny.
And
Okay.
that's the one that Ed was saying the Republicans really wanted to take her out because she was such a good representative
Wow.
and had done such a good job.
Yeah, the
so-
last posting looked like it was done, but
Yeah.
And so obviously there's still more coming there. It's still going to be very interesting to see how that one works out.
it says 10 of 10 reporting now, and
Yeah.
she lost by 136 votes.
What it was it was
136 votes, right? They flipped it.
They had flipped it.
Okay, so there you got the flip right there.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
To take out an incumbent there, that starts to tell you what are we thinking about, educated women in Ankeny. I mean, that was something Republicans certainly had concern about. Was it going to be, on the abortion issue, was it going to be, what was going to happen there, right? And that's a huge pickup for House Republicans.
So you have one domino right there. Is there another one that maybe they're having to keep an eye out on right now?
Heather Matson.
Heather Matson,
Matson.
but again, you're talking a 300 vote margin with only one precinct out, so unless they flip numbers again or something, that would seem like a heavy lift to get there.
Pete, when you look at what these numbers are looking like, how do you feel when it comes to that race there with Matson?
again, the same thing. That's a big number, but after what we just saw, I'm going to wait and see in case things were wrong. Again, really hardworking candidate. I think this is the one, though. Ed talked about this earlier. There's these races that go back and forth. I think this is the one that if she's able to hang on and win this one, she's going to keep winning. It's not going to be as contentious every 2 years. She's going to be able to hold that seat for a while. And she's a leader up there. And that's important for, when you're in the minority party, it's important to have leaders. And she's a leader.
We're going to keep talking about it all night long. Stephanie, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you. We want to head out to our Alex Fulton, who has a little bit more insight on the results we saw in that Iowa Senate District 22 race. Alex, you spoke to both candidates in that race leading up to election night.
Yeah, that's right, Stephanie. Ahead of election night, I talked with both candidates, Senator Brad Zahn and his challenger, Matt Blake. Of course, Matt Blake is declared the winner tonight. I've kind of been looking for him around this watch party, but haven't seen him yet. But when he was talking with me a few weeks back, he said one of his priorities is repealing Iowa's abortion ban, repealing the book ban law, and restoring AEA funding. And he talked about living here for many years, and he just said this is not the same Iowa that he grew up in, and he wants to create a better future for his children. Again, where education is a priority, where abortion access is restored in the state, and he's a former Urbandale City Council member, and of course, Senator Zahn was a very long-time senator who served for 20 years in his role, and of course, Matt Blake is going to be in that Senate District 22 seat now. Reporting live in Des Moines, Alex Fulton, Local 5 News.
All right, we're going to dive back into those numbers. There's really shaping up. We want to take a look at some we're going to do the U.S. House. We're going to start in the first district here. Mariannette Miller-Meeks at 50.2%. She is the incumbent. This was a race that was being watched nationally. It was considered a vulnerable race. Her challenger, Christina Bohannan, just slightly behind her at 49.8%. Very close one right there. In the second district, incumbent Ashley Hinson holding on a lead there, 53.2% to Sarah Corkery's 45.7%. Let's take another look at the third district here. This is one we've been talking about, watching all night. Incumbent Zack Nunn at 47.3%. His challenger Lanen Baccam has a lead there, 52.8%. Keeping our eye on that one throughout the evening. And in the fourth district, we have incumbent Randy Feenstra with a big lead there, 71% to Ryan Melton's 29%.
I'm good. They couldn't hear me for a minute.
Okay, we're going to head out to our Larissa Leone. She is at the Trump camp right now. Let's see what's happening out in that room. Larissa.
Oh my goodness, Stephanie, you guys just missed it. Just a burst of energy right here at the GOP headquarter campaign. And let me talk to you about what was said. So Jeff Kaufman, the chair, GOP chair, took the stage and he is declaring that Donald Trump is the winner in Iowa. He shared how this was a redeeming moment for the GOP party after the Des Moines Register Mediacom poll. Now, AP has not called this race, but as far as Jeff Kaufman and the GOP are concerned, they believe Trump has won the ticket, but there's still some certification that we need to get to. So now, as I was saying, they see this as a redemption moment as far as that Des Moines Register and Mediacom poll that was put out. They say, cancel your subscriptions, join Des Moines Register, and just really talking about how they knew all along that this was going to be what was going to happen. And again, I want to stress, these are not the final results at this time. We still have some processing to go through, and we will continue to update you if they continue to, take the stage and speak about what's going on. But a lot of energy here, Stephanie, a lot of hopeful, exciting feelings going on right now, and it's certainly something that they definitely felt like they needed after hearing some of the other local races, the projections there. But yeah, a lot to be said here, so keep checking back in with us, Stephanie.
We certainly will, Larissa. Thank you so much. Something that we want to get into is the topic that everybody seems to love to hate right now, and that is polling, Adrian. And I heard a pundit say it this week. It made me laugh out loud. It's kind of a choose your own adventure right now. So you can find a lot of different polling to give you kind of the idea you want. So, how hard is it in this climate to get an accurate poll?
So coming back to that point you were making about finding the polling that suits you, you have more players in the game than ever. You have more firms that are doing it. You have firms that are actually doing it to push a search narrative about who's ahead, because that tends to deter some voter from showing up because they feel like they cannot make that difference. But most polling is viable. The differences that you have between polling and actual results depend on the methodology that we're seeing and how we're able to reach specific voters. Trump voters have been very difficult to reach in 16 and 20. And then when you have your sample to match it to the population and to make sure that your polling is viable and reliable, you have different methods that pollsters have been trying to get an oversampling to get more Trump voters in their samples so that they are reflecting reality a little bit better. But the problem is a lot of Trump voters are not willing to participate in polling, mostly because they see the name of the firms, for instance, and that is something that reminds them of certain media outlets, certain universities, and that can be difficult for pollsters to reach some what we call low propensity voters.
Okay, and interestingly enough, we had the poll that shook the world over the weekend right here in Iowa, did we not? With the Seltzer poll, which is widely regarded as the gold standard here in Iowa, presidential polling. Of course, she had Harris up 3-4 points, but then at the same time, the Emerson poll came out, and a lot of people were holding on to that with Trump showing a lead of about 10 points there. So that contrast really kind of it seemed to ruffle a lot of feathers, but we even had former President Trump saying that the Seltzer poll he considered election tampering, interference. So are we going to start seeing that? Are we going to start seeing campaigns kind of turn against these polls?
There is room for that to happen, simply because it is difficult for voters to understand what the method is behind the poll. And so the Seltzer poll, for instance, is using a different approach, matching the samples to the ones who actually answered to the population of Iowa compared to the other poll that you mentioned. And it's something that is so obscure for voters that it can be used in the rhetoric.
Okay, so it's one of those things. It seems like for me, it's above my pay grade. Polling is, but it paints an interesting picture, and it can create real enthusiasm, or it can maybe decrease enthusiasm. Correct?
Yeah, and we're seeing a few firms and players that are specifically looking to do that with methodologies that are a little bit more questionable than in the past. And it's not something that we were seeing in 2012, 2016. It's something that is very recent with. And also, it matters how you ask those questions. Are you phoning your respondents? Are you doing it online? And that is something that can change the results a lot.
All right, Adrian, thank you. And we are going to take a look at some ballot questions.
Several viral posts on social media warn voters that their ballot could be disqualified if a poll worker writes on it. The posts urge people to request a new ballot if that happens. We have received several messages asking if this is true. So let's verify. Can poll workers write on your ballot without disqualifying it? These are our sources. There are several reasons a poll worker may write on your ballot. Many are required by law, according to North Carolina's State Board of Elections. In some states, like Montana and South Dakota, ballots receive an official stamp. In others, like Arkansas, Minnesota, and Texas, election judges or election workers are required to initial or sign voters' ballots. Verify contacted elections officials in all 50 states and found that in at least a dozen, election workers write on or stamp some or all of their voters' ballots. None of the states that responded to us said a ballot would be disqualified if a poll worker writes on it. So we can verify, yes, poll workers in some states can write on your ballot without disqualifying it. But let's say there's some other stray mark on your ballot that stops the machines from tallying your vote. Rachel Ori, director of the Bipartisan Policy Center's Elections Project, says polling centers will have someone review your ballot by hand. If you're ever concerned about any writing or markings on your ballot, don't be afraid to speak up. Ask a poll worker for additional information. Several people on social media have warned against using Sharpie markers or pens on ballots, claiming they could bleed through the ballot and invalidate a person's vote. Some have even claimed that the markers are a sign of election fraud. These warnings have led people online to ask whether they can use a Sharpie to fill out their ballot. So let's verify. Can you use a Sharpie to fill out your ballot? These are our sources. Yes, you can use a Sharpie to fill out a ballot. In fact, some election officials recommend it. The Michigan Department of State says using a Sharpie permanent marker to mark a ballot will not invalidate or cancel a ballot or vote. And election officials say many voting machine manufacturers, including Dominion Voting Systems, actually recommend Sharpies over standard ink pens because they dry quickly and the machines can read their ink better. The claims about Sharpies as a sign of election fraud are unfounded. Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich launched an investigation into the use of Sharpies during the 2020 election, but ultimately found that it did not result in disenfranchisement for Arizona voters. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
Conspiracy theories about Dominion voting are back. Following the 2020 election, some people claimed the voting machine company rigged the election against Donald Trump. Those claims were debunked in court during a defamation suit that resulted in Fox News paying out a nearly $800 million settlement. But that hasn't stopped the spread of posts like this one, which claims to show evidence of Dominion's sinister intent is found in the company's logo. The actual logo is a red vote going in and coming out a blue vote, the post claims. So is that true? Let's verify. Our sources: AP photos of Dominion voting machines, Dominion voting, and the Internet Archive. The answer is no, this is not Dominion Voting's logo. You can look on their website right now and see it's simply a red ballot going into a red box. There's no blue ballot coming out the other side. We checked historical records of the website to confirm this has been the company's logo for years. And photos of Dominion voting machines dating back to 2019 show the same logo. The logo you see in this post is fake. It first spread back in 2020, and at the time, a Dominion executive told the website Check Your Fact, quote, "This is a doctored image." And a spokesperson for Dominion told Verify the claims are false, pointing out they had been debunked years ago. Disinformation about voting systems has become increasingly common, so when you see claims like this, be sure to double check the source before sharing. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Social posts warning against voter fraud are calling on state election officials to clean up voter rolls by removing ineligible people from their records. But do election officials already do this? Let's verify. Our sources are the National Voter Registration Act, the Help America Vote Act, the National Conference of State Legislatures, the Electronic Registration Information Center, and various state election laws. In every state except North Dakota, state election officials maintain a list of registered voters. The post suggests those lists are improperly maintained, which could allow people to illegally cast a ballot. But federal law requires states to regularly update their lists. This includes removing people who are ineligible or disqualified from voting, such as people who moved, died, have a criminal record in some states, or are improperly registered. Most states use Social Security records, change of address forms, and shared voter databases to do that at least every 2 months, although states can generally make their own rules about how often this happens, so long as it occurs in a uniform and non-discriminatory manner and not within 90 days of an election. When a state suspects a voter should be removed, but it's unclear if they're still eligible, federal law requires officials to send a notice and wait 2 general election cycles before removing them. So, yes, election officials are regularly cleaning voter rolls per federal law. North Dakota stands alone because it doesn't require voter registration. A study estimates nearly 3 in 4 Americans believe it's possible for someone else to find out who you voted for without your consent. 2 viewers reached out and asked us if that's true. So let's verify using these sources. They all confirm whether you voted is public, but who you voted for is not. All 50 states and DC either have laws or language in their constitution guaranteeing this. What is public is your name, address, party affiliation, and whether you voted in past elections. So, no, people cannot see who you voted for. Did you know that voter intimidation is illegal? It's true, according to these sources. Federal and state laws say it's a crime to intimidate or interfere with a person trying to vote. The ACLU explains this could be in the form of aggressively questioning a person's qualifications to vote, including citizenship status, spreading false information about voting requirements, or other forms of harassment, particularly towards non-English speakers or voters of color. Many states also ban items with a candidate's name because it could influence a person's vote at the ballot box. The ACLU says voter intimidation is rare, but if someone does try to interfere with your right to vote, you should report it to poll workers, local or state election officials, or the U.S. Department of Justice's Voting Rights Hotline. This viral video, with more than 100,000 views, claims to show a Bucks County, Pennsylvania election worker destroying ballots for Trump.
Donald Trump.
But is this video legit? Let's verify. Our sources are the Bucks County, Pennsylvania Board of Elections, the Bucks County Republican Committee, Pennsylvania State Law, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The Post claims the video was recorded in the Philadelphia suburb, but election officials there say the video is fake and shows clearly not authentic materials belonging to or distributed by the Bucks County Board of Elections. The local Republican Party and attorneys for the Trump campaign agree, determining that the video is fake, noting the mailing envelopes are all missing return addresses and the ballot envelopes are glossy, unlike those that the county really uses. A spokesperson for the Board of Elections tells Verify all mail-in ballots are kept sealed and under 24/7 surveillance until the morning of Election Day, when state law says they can begin counting them. So, no, this video does not show a Pennsylvania election worker destroying ballots for Trump. Law enforcement is investigating the source of the clip, but federal officials are warning that foreign actors, including Russia, Iran, and China, are expected to continue undermining Americans' confidence in the election, especially through disinformation campaigns on social media. If you see a viral video you want us to look into, just tag us in it at Verify This. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Election Day is November 5th, but we might not know the final results until days later. That doesn't mean something went wrong. It's part of the normal election calendar. Some states take longer than others to process ballots, whether because of low staffing, rules on when they can start counting, or waiting for mailed ballots to arrive. We don't know for sure when each state will be done counting, but they do all have deadlines by which the results need to be finalized and certified. Some states require local elections offices to certify their results the day after the election. Others give them a month. Then the states usually have a few extra days to tally and certify the statewide vote. For presidential elections, federal law requires all states to certify their results by December 11th. All but 4 states allow for early voting in person, some as early as 46 days in advance, others only a few days ahead of Election Day. In 8 states plus DC, voting is primarily done by mail. All 50 states allow some form of mail-in voting via absentee ballots, which could allow you to vote early. Most will send one to any voter who requests it, but 15 require a specific excuse, though it can be something as simple as not being in town on Election Day. Deadlines to request absentee ballots range from 3 weeks before the election to the day before.
You're watching Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Well, welcome to Local 5's election night coverage. Of course, polls have long closed. We're getting big numbers in. We've had a busy night, and this election is an important one. It will decide, of course, the next president, key legislative seats. We have live team coverage throughout tonight. Our reporters are standing by. They're at the candidate watch parties in Des Moines to give you the latest reaction on those numbers that we see coming in and those results. Joseph Holloway is also standing by to speak with our team of political analysts to break down all the context around these races. But before we get to all of that, let's check in with Brad. We also have weather. Brad, my goodness, something besides an election.
That's right. We always have weather. And you know what? We had pretty good weather for an election here in central Iowa because the coldest election, 1892, 13 degrees that morning. Probably a low turnout, right? Last election, 2020, it was the record, the warmest ever, 78 degrees. We had a high temperature. We've had snow, 5.7 in 1932, and we've had rain. We had a little rain today, but there was a lot more rain back in 1959. You can see that rain moving out this morning. Some clouds are left over, but I do think we'll see more sunshine tomorrow. It is cooling down tonight. We're back into the mid 40s. Nothing unusual, nothing terrible, and it's going to be okay heading to work tomorrow. And we won't have to worry about the ads anymore that maybe we're tired of, but the clouds will be in and out through the day. You won't see a sunny day, but you'll see a mixture of clouds and sun tomorrow. Forecasted highs in the mid 50s tomorrow here, maybe some low 50s in northwest Iowa. Our next weather system is going to be coming in from the southwest. It's a big one, but it's kind of wrapping up and weakening as it moves in. Our best chance of rain looks like Saturday afternoon with this system as it pushes on through, and then we'll see better weather after that. For your day tomorrow, cool and quiet with a high of 56. I'll have your 10-day forecast after this.
Fairway sale is full speed ahead with these lightning fast deals.
80% lean ground beef is just $3.99 a pound. California navel oranges are only $1.48 a pound. Get a free Fairway basted young turkey when you buy $50 or more from our famous fresh meat counter. Fairway pasta is just 97 cents. Prego pasta sauce is only $2.99.
Fill me up.
All right, some pretty mellow weather the rest of the week. Temperatures are about where they should be, a little bit warmer than average. That rain chance is Saturday, but then we have even milder weather to start next week. However, it looks like it'll cool down after that. We got another chance of rain by next Tuesday or Wednesday.
All right, Brad, thank you very much for that update. We appreciate it. Let's take a look at your congressional races here in Iowa. All four were up for re-election this year. So let's start in House District 1. Mariannette Miller-Meeks, the incumbent, she has a lead right now, 52% to her challenger, Christina Bohannan, 47.4% there. Moving on to the 2nd district now, incumbent Ashley Hinson holding on to a lead as well, 50.7% of the vote to Sarah Corkery at 41% at this point. Now, House District 3, this is one we have been talking about a lot throughout the evening, and we are watching very closely right now. Incumbent Zack Nunn, this is a flip right now. He had been trailing throughout the evening. He is up right now. He is leading his challenger, Lanen Baccam, 50.5% to 49.5%. Very close. We knew this one was going to be close. We knew this one was a vulnerable race leading into this election. So we're going to continue to update this one throughout the night. We're going to keep watching this one. Moving on to the 4th district now. Randy Feenstra, this one has been called a huge lead there. This is not a surprise in this district. 73.7% to Ryan Melton, 26.3%. We are going to head out to the Republican watch party where we have our Larissa Leon. She has been following the Trump campaign, and we've been having some, you're smiling, so I have a feeling, Larissa, that maybe there's been some better energy out there. It's been up and down for everybody all night long, I think.
Yeah, they're certainly singing a little bit of a sweeter song here at the GOP. And with me now is Chairman Jeff Kaufman. Jeff, we heard all that energy. I want you to bring that a little bit to me right now and tell me how you feel.
Well, you don't want me to yell that loudly. No, I feel good. Look, we've got a long night ahead of us. Donald Trump is not the president of the United States yet. We have two very tight congressional races that we're going to be watching. We still have votes to count in legislative races. But right now, we've delivered Iowa for Donald Trump. We always knew that was going to happen. Now, I'll be honest with you, I feel just a little bit gratified to know that what I was telling people he had won was accurate. The Seltzer poll was just plain wrong and badly wrong. But, things are looking good. We are upsetting Democratic incumbents at the legislative level. So I feel good. We got a long night ahead of us, but it's a lot easier to wait the rest of the night out when we got a few wins under our belt. So I'm happy right now.
Now, there was a little bit of a mixed energy in the room before you went and spoke, obviously, with Representative Nunn, Congressman Nunn. Talk to me a little bit about kind of having those numbers come out.
Sure, and we knew it was going to be close. But in a district like the 3rd District, there is a dramatic difference in terms of which precincts are reporting. If you're reporting in the metro area versus reporting in 10, 12, 15 other counties, it's dramatically different if it's going to be heavily weighted Republican or Democrat. So with these congressional races, they are so dependent on where the precincts are actually coming from, where the votes are coming from. We've got a long night ahead of us. Certainly, we'd like him to be declared the winner after a minute, but that wasn't going to happen. It was never going to happen. I think that Congressman Nunn is going to carry this through, and I think he's going back to Washington, D.C.
Well, we certainly still have a little bit of the night ahead of us, and I know you got that energy for days, but you got to save it for that drive home. So you better hold on tight, okay?
I'll be taking a nap tomorrow, guaranteed.
Me too. Thank you so much, Chairman Kaufman. Stephanie, we'll send it back to you.
Oh, naps all around. I think we can all agree on that one. All right. Well, Chairman Kaufman, there you heard, confident that the Republican Zack Nunn is going to hold on to his seat. Let's head back out to his camp where Dana Searles is. Those numbers, Dana, it's been a winding road all night, up and down, back and forth. How are things right now?
Oh, Stephanie, a windy road is right, but it's really been the storyline of this entire campaign is that it was going to be a close race. I've said it once, I've said it probably 10 times by now, but every single vote matters. Like you said, it's been an up and down, but you can really feel the confidence start to build back up a lot from what it was earlier. I know before there was a little bit of nerves surrounding when the first Polk County district came out with those votes, showed Lanen Baccam really leading by a lot, but now that Zack Nunn has pulled ahead, that campaign is feeling a lot more confident, as well as a lot of the voters in the room. And it's a similar story to 2022 when Zack Nunn unseated Sidney Axne in that super close race. We're seeing the same thing kind of shape up. He's really pulling ahead in those rural counties. And Polk County was the big county for Lanen Baccam, and now we're seeing Zack Nunn start to pull away in some of those other counties. But it is still a very, very close race. And like Chair Kaufman just said, it's going to be a long night. We'll be watching it and following it the entire way. But once again, every single vote matters, and we're really starting to see that play out here. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Dana, we appreciate that. And let's head right out to the Baccam camp where we find our Connor O'Neill. 1 point separating them right now, Connor. This race is neck and neck.
Yeah, it's very close, Stephanie. Like I said, I like that you used the word winding road earlier to talk about this specific race, Stephanie, because it really has been tonight. The vibe here has changed at the Democratic Watch Party, where Baccam's, I'm told, upstairs in the presidential suite here at Hotel Fort Des Moines with his family, with former Governor Vilsack and his family watching all of these results coming. You just said 1 percentage point. I'm looking down at my computers, the Associated Press results coming in. Yeah, it's 1 percentage point between these two. About 30, 40 minutes ago, Stephanie, it was Baccam leading. There was a lot more energy people here, a lot more people in this room now. All the state representatives and the top Democratic officials are in a room talking with themselves, watching the results come in. But the mood here's dropped a little bit. They're seeing, and that's because these results are coming in. It's getting close to 100% votes counted for this race. Still a little bit of time coming in, like Dana said, and like you said, and like Larissa also said. But the mood here has definitely switched. I talked with former Governor Vilsack, like I mentioned, and he talked to me a little bit about knowing Lanen Baccam for 40 years in their relationship and how he's really proud of him. And like I said, they're watching these results come in. It'll still be a little bit before this race is called, but mood here has switched, like I said, Stephanie. Back to you.
All right, Connor, we appreciate that. And we want to take a look at the presidential race right now, where it stands in the entire United States. And as you can see there on your screen, Donald Trump holding a lead right now, 52.6% to Kamala Harris at 46.2%. Looking at the Electoral College tally right now, Trump is at 214, Harris at 179 at this point. If we want to break that down to our state numbers now, the presidential race right now, it has Iowa Iowa has been called by the AP for Donald Trump. 56.5% to 42.1%. So a significant gap there, made more significant by the polling we saw recently. That's been a big storyline nationally over the weekend, and we're seeing, the final results of that. So let's head over to Joseph and our team of analysts to talk about those numbers that we're seeing now.
And Stephanie, I'm glad that you brought up that polling, because that's been such a big issue. We saw the Iowa poll, the Seltzer poll, that had this 3 points in Harris's favor. However, there was the Emerson poll that had a 10-point lead with Trump up. We're seeing now that poll was closer to the right. What does this essentially tell us when it comes to polling?
Polling's just become more difficult over the years. It's harder to find respondents, and you get into a place where the people who do respond are the ones who really want to. So sometimes that can, skew numbers. I just, the old adage that just still holds true. The only poll that matters is on election day, right? And this is performing like I would have expected, closer. Actually, I think at the 14 points, do we end up there? Does it close a little? Is even bigger than I guess I would have expected, but I certainly expected a substantial win by the former president.
And Pete, what did you expect out of this?
Well, you know what happened, and I've got to say that I was very public about it. Is I wouldn't have expected, this would have been what I would have expected, the results we saw there a week ago. And I bought into, because she had earned it, I was one of the people saying, well, if Ann Seltzer says it, I'm going to take my talking head off, and she's going to be right, because she usually is. Mm-hmm. And so that's where I'm going to be interesting to see, because she's really great about explaining her stuff. I actually said it's all, every Wednesday we have to hear why Ann was the only one who got it right. It will be interesting to hear her press conference on Wednesday on why she got it wrong.
And this serving as maybe even some type of validation for a lot of what we've seen with the Republican Party, especially over the last 4 years or so, especially when you see Trump doing well. You're seeing a lot of candidates here doing well. Obviously, Nunn starting to grab that lead. There's still kind of a ways to go on that one. Does that kind of prove that maybe Republicans were onto something in the moves that they made over the last several years?
Well, certainly they have, and if you look at some outcomes, and assuming there's been one race that we looked at that flipped and where a Democrat lost, it's looking like now, if you look across the state, I wouldn't have guessed the Republicans were going to pick up seats, but it's starting to look like that may very well be the case. You might get to 35 or more in the Senate, and you're looking more than 64, 65, 66 in the House. So yeah, obviously the investments they're making in messaging, in the hard work in the organization, which Republicans have traditionally been good at, is paying off clearly. And leadership at the state party has been consistent, and there's something valuable in that when you have consistent leadership. Jeff Kaufman's done a great job leading the party. So there's just a lot of really good things happening, it seems, for Republicans in Iowa.
And we look at these things as a snapshot in the time they are, because that's important. These are election numbers that are coming in now. One of the things you have to remember, though, is Rita Hart inherited a state party that had no leadership, really basically once from 2000 to 2022. So she's building it up from nothing. And I think in one way you could say maybe this is the first step towards that. Going back again, you have a Polk County party that had different priorities and is just starting to organize again.
We'll just have to see how it's going to turn out.
Moving out.
All right, Stephanie, let's head back to you.
All right, Joseph, thank you. We're going to take a look at some of those congressional races right now. And the U.S. House for Iowa's a 2nd district. Incumbent Ashley Hinson will be going back to D.C. She is the projected winner here. 56.1% to Sarah Corkery's 41.8%. And back to the 3rd district now. Again, we have been following this one all night long. Zack Nunn holding on to that lead at this point. He is the incumbent, looking for a 2nd term. 1 percentage point separating them at this point. We've been talking about how close this is. 50.5% to 49.5% for Lanen Baccam there. Let's take a look at the House District 4. This was called earlier. Randy Feenstra, a big lead there, 73.7% to Ryan Melton's 26.3%. With that, we're going to take just a quick break. We will be right back with more election coverage.
You're watching Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
Welcome back, everyone, to your election night coverage. We want to head out to the field to our Dana Searles, who has been following the 2 constitutional amendments you saw on your ballot if you voted, and we're still following the results on that. But Dana, can you fill our viewers in on what those would do if voters pass them?
Yes, Stephanie. So there's 2 constitutional amendments on the ballot. The first one is changing voter requirements inside the Constitution. What it would do is it would change the voter age that you'd be required to vote from 21 to 18. Now, federal law already says that you can be 18 in order to vote. This just simply updates Iowa's Constitution to match federal law because that's what is required to do. It also changes the voter language to say only a U.S. citizen can vote versus every U.S. citizen. Now, the second constitutional amendment is adjusting the gubernatorial line of succession. So I'm going to break it down a little bit. It's a bit of a confusing step, but I'll try to break it down as best as I can. So basically, if the governor had to step down for whatever reason it may be, that would then have the lieutenant governor take the governor's role. But this amendment makes that lieutenant governor seat vacant, and it allows the governor to nominate whoever they want to that lieutenant governor's seat. Right now, as it sits, if the lieutenant governor were to have to take over for the governor, if she were to step down at all, it wouldn't leave that lieutenant governor's seat vacant, which wouldn't give the governor the power to nominate that lieutenant governor. It would just go down the line of succession, which would be the Senate president. So both of those constitutional amendments are on the ballot. A little bit of confusing ones there, but simply just some changes to the language. The second one has seen a little bit of controversy of people just worried about not having enough checks on who the governor is nominating for lieutenant governor, but we'll see how those play out the rest of the night. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dana, thank you very much for that. And we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
You're watching Local 5 News. We are Iowa.
We are going to take you back to that 3rd congressional district race here in Iowa, which has been so very close as we progress through the night here, and it's staying at that point. Incumbent Republican Zack Nunn holding a small lead right now, 50.5%. Of course, that flip from earlier in the night. Earlier, Lanen Baccam was leading. He's trailing now by 1 percentage point. Let's head out to Connor O'Neill, who has been following Lanen Baccam through this entire campaign cycle. And how's the mood holding up out there? I imagine this has been a tough night to watch these numbers ebb and flow like this.
Yeah, Stephanie. I mean, some of the people here are leaving. I will show you kind of what it looks like, but I would say it's about the fifth of the size of the room it was an hour ago, Stephanie. You can see people walking out on this right side, and just a lot of the tables are empty here. Where I'm standing, for perspective, because saying a fifth the size, it doesn't do a lot of gesture, but where I'm standing right now, there was people packed all the way up to here, filling rows back this way just about an hour ago. And that's because they're seeing these numbers come in. You know, the AP showing a 1% difference with Nunn with the lead. Still some time to go before this is called, obviously, but they're seeing these numbers come in. They're watching them. I'm told Lanen Baccam's watching them from the presidential suite at Hotel Fort Des Moines. The Democrats upstairs above us too, watching all these races come in. But the mood has shifted, to answer your question, and the proof's right behind me, Stephanie.
All right, Connor, thank you very much. I want to talk to Adrian right now about the big question, everyone has is, when are we going to know who's won? Probably the presidency is the biggest question mark. And that can be a little bit more difficult than just ending an election. It takes time.
Yeah. So basically you're looking at state by state differences in terms of when you can count early ballots, when you can count absentee ballots. And that can lead you to delays that we're not necessarily used to in American elections. We have that image of Election Day. Election Day is actually no longer what matters the most, and so we have that image anchored in our minds that we're going to know on election night. If the race is tight, we know that some states are going to have to go through the counting process that's going to take them usually beyond tomorrow in some states, depending on what we're seeing tonight, specifically Arizona and Nevada. We can expect that to take a little bit longer. Pennsylvania is also pretty slow. There have been changes in terms of legislation to try to make it faster, specifically in Michigan, for instance, as to when you can start counting, but we can expect that to go on a little bit longer.
And of course, some of these states that we're really hinging this election on are the ones we might have to wait a little longer on. What about lawsuits? We get into that and we get into recounts, and how do we anticipate seeing any of that?
So in terms of recounts, you also have state level procedures where you do have like margins that automatically trigger recounts if they're too tight. That can be below 1%, below 0.5%. Sometimes an actual tie in the number of votes is triggering a recount. But otherwise, you can request recounts. What varies is who is going to have to pay for the recount to happen, state by state. In terms of lawsuits, we're likely to see some lawsuits happen, most likely if it doesn't go Trump's way. And those are going to revolve around accepting some ballots at a later stage, accepting specific, we saw during the day a few counties and a few precincts in which there were bomb threats, and so the deadline was extended as an emergency measure, and that is something that we can expect to be talked about in court.
Keeping our eyes on. All right, Adrian, thank you. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We want to take a look at some of the Iowa Senate races for you now, how they are shaping up. And this was a flip tonight. This is Senate District 22. Long time serving incumbent Brad Zahn losing to challenger Matt Blake, 52.6% to 47.4%. So a flip there in the Iowa Senate. In District 14, Sarah Trone-Garriott, the incumbent, holding on to a very, very slight lead right now, 49.99%, to Mark Hanson's 49.87%. So that's one we will definitely be keeping our eye on as more numbers come in. In Senate District 20, incumbent Nate Bolton has a lead right now, 52.2% to Mike Pike at 47.5%. In District 12, we have Democrat Nicole Lowe trailing right now to incumbent Amy Sinclair, who is also serving as the interim lieutenant governor at this point. Senator Sinclair holding a lead 70% to 29.7%. And let's take a look at the presidential numbers. We do know that Iowa has been called for former President Trump, but these are the overarching numbers in the U.S. right now. Former President Trump holding a lead, 52.6% to Vice President Harris, 46.2%. And just to give you a tally on the electoral votes right now, Trump at 230, Harris at 187. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We want to update you on the State Senate District 20 race. That is with incumbent Nate Bolton and his challenger Mike Pike. You're seeing some interesting numbers over there, guys. I want to send it over to Joseph for our analyst to see what's shaping up there.
Yes, so what we're getting right now from the Secretary of State's office is showing a slight lead right now for Mike Pike over Nate Bolton right now. And obviously, this could be a very big pickup. And it's looking like we may actually be getting close to having all the precincts in on that one. But anyway, so obviously this would be a big pickup for Republicans.
The Polk County Auditor reports that all 24 precincts are in, and that district lies entirely within Polk County. Right. And it's Mike Pike won by 43 votes. And that's a big pickup and says a lot. It also says a lot why the Trump numbers look as good as they do and the Seltzer information wasn't there. Because to get that seat, Trump had to have performed well there. That doesn't happen. But you have Mike Pike, a guy who's from the district, a blue-collar guy. That's a real hard candidate.
How much of this is also just having Trump on the ballot really just kind of changes the game? And we're seeing this, I mean, all over the country, really. I mean, Trump, it seems, kind of gives you that reason to overperform a little bit.
He actually, we were seeing this in some of the other races we were doing in other states, at least within the polling. He actually runs better. Like, he was running better in Texas than Ted Cruz. He was running better in Pennsylvania than their Senate candidate. So he actually runs better than the traditional Republicans that you would think.
Well, I'm going to have to cut in, guys, because we're going to have to wrap this up. Make sure to join us over on We Are Iowa Plus. We'll have more for you there.
right, we want to take a look at your congressional races once again. We've had a couple that have been called and one that we're really keeping an eye on. So let's start in the 1st district here. The incumbent Mariannette Miller-Meeks holding on to a small lead right now, 50.8% to Christina Bohannan at 49.3%. And moving on to the 2nd district now. This one has been called for incumbent Ashley Hinson, 56.1% to Sarah Corkery at 41.8%. The big nail biter tonight, the 3rd district, seeing just a little bit of movement here from the last time we looked at it, but incumbent Republican Zack Nunn is holding on to a very slight lead right now, 50.6% to Lanen Baccam at 49.4%. We're going to continue to stay on this one throughout the night.
District.
And the 4th district had been called earlier for Randy Feenstra as well. That was a sizable lead there. Here we go. 73.7%. Ryan Melton was his challenger, earning only 26.3% of the vote there in Iowa's 4th congressional district. All right, Joseph, let's take a look at what our analysts have to say about what we're seeing so far tonight.
Yes, Stephanie, thank you. Obviously joined by Ed Failer and Pete D'Alessandro. So, guys, obviously the big one I think that is very close, very interesting right now is the Congress race over in District 1. And I do want to kind of give an update to what we saw there on that graphic. So Bohannan is actually up right now. She's up by about 5,000 votes on Miller-Meeks. So when you see what we have right now, that is 17 of 20 counties reporting. There's still a little bit of a ways to go in this one, so nothing is settled. Are you surprised to see how close this one is?
No, not at all. And actually, looking at your numbers and the ones were on the screen, the numbers were larger in that one, so that's a more recent update, probably. Yep. So you'd assume Congresswoman Meeks would have a little bit of a lead, but this one, knew all along was going to be close. She's always had those close races, and it doesn't surprise me in any manner.
And it's actually, when you really get down to the numbers, it's actually a stronger Democratic district than the 3rd is, even though people focus on the 3rd, because we had a Democratic Congressperson here with Cindy Exton for so long.
So can you explain a little bit, why was there a better chance for Democrats in District 1 compared to 3? Like you said, I think a lot of people would think District 1 would, District 3.
It goes back to, I think, what we were talking about earlier is in District 3, you have to run up the number in Polk County that you're one path and then hope they don't catch you. Whereas in this district, there's a couple of Democratic strongholds that you can build a lead with, and even if you fell short in one, you might be able to do a little better in the other. There's a couple other counties in this particular district that are Republican, but they're not like in District 3, the 75 to 25% Republican districts.
And for the first couple of hours, it was certainly looking good for Lanen Baccam's campaign. That has certainly changed in the last hour or so. And is that basically something, Ed, that you expected to see, that Nunn would kind of come on late?
Well, sure. Well, the Polk County is what matters, right? And I think Pete would agree with this. There's not a scenario now that, frankly, there's a county left, assuming all of Polk County is reported. There's not a scenario where there's a county left that Lanen Baccam can even win. So if Polk County's fully reported, Zack Nunn's going to win.
Yeah.
And go ahead. Sorry.
And as we said at the beginning, the number had to be in that 38 to 40,000 range. He did very well, but only was able to get it to about 30,000. You got to take it to that next level. And I think that'll start happening in the future as I said, as the party is starting to be reinvigorated and gets stronger. We'll be able to get those margins for the good candidates.
And I know that our crew earlier was basically saying that you're starting to see people leave Baccam's campaign or leave that party at this point. When you look at just how Republicans are performing right now, also how Democrats are performing for Republicans, I'll start out there. What's the feeling right now for Republicans?
Wow, I'm sitting here in this studio with you all, but I can't imagine that they aren't just elated. There's hard to come up with a scenario where they don't pick up seats in both the Iowa Senate and the Iowa House. And when you're already at a margin of 64% of the House and 2/3 of the Senate, and then to pick up seats, I don't think anybody really reasonably would expect that. I mean, you're getting to a point where it's, just so unlikely. So Republicans have obviously done the work and obviously in a situation where they should be really excited tonight.
And we're actually just getting in some new numbers when it comes to that race between Nunn and Baccam. I want to show you those numbers. It's a little tight to see. Okay, that's a little bit better. So right now we are seeing a 51.1% lead for Nunn compared to Baccam, who is at 48.9%. And in terms of just numbers in general, that's about 8,000 votes. So about an 8,000 vote split between them right now. You know, there was a little bit of concern when it came to the Iowa abortion law. Maybe that would have some impact on some things. And then former President Trump, he's been really talking about tariffs throughout his campaign. And so you thought, okay, maybe there are some people, some Republicans even, who might not be on board with this. Clearly they are. For Democrats, where are Democrats going wrong?
Well, that's a great question, and that's really what they have to talk about. Well, here's what's going to happen. This, even nationally, this is starting to look like it might be an 80s style kind of flip where the Republicans win Senate seats in places that they weren't even expecting to win it. So this could be like 1980. And what's going to happen is liberals are going to, we were talking about it earlier, liberals are going to get in the fetal position. They're going to get under their desks for about 6 months, whine and complain about it. But really what they need to do, and what the Democrat Party needs to do, is start reevaluating what they're offering to working people and what they're offering to the voter. Because at some point, if you keep losing like this, you got to own it. You can't keep blaming the people that aren't voting for you for not being smart enough to figure out what you're doing. And they're going to have to do it. And and it's going to be tough, and it's going to be not a fun conversation, but they need to do it. It'll be interesting to see if they do.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. I'm going to send it back to Steph. We're going to take a closer look at those presidential numbers right now.
Appreciate it, Joseph. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at those now in the U.S. presidential race, and this is nationwide at this point. Donald Trump holding on to a lead there, 51.1%, to Kamala Harris at 47.6%. And to update you on the electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 230. Kamala Harris, according to the AP, at 205 at this point. Okay, Adrian, I want to talk to you just very briefly because we just talked about what the two political parties are going through. But you know, you're teaching the next generation of politically minded young people. Mm-hmm. What kind of conversations are you going to be having tomorrow in the classroom?
So going back to what the panel was saying, there's definitely lessons to be learned from an electoral loss or an electoral win about what kind of messaging works and what kind of strategy works, and perhaps to emulate that strategy a little bit to an extent where you are able to rebuild your coalition if, as it's looking right now, if it's the Democratic Party that has to go through that process, you want to ask those questions of how can we rebuild a winning coalition on different levels, whether that's a state, local, national level, and that can be trying different messaging that perhaps goes a little bit away from group-based messaging to something that can bring people a little bit more together into like policy-based messaging or things like that. That could be a way to rethink a little bit the strategy there.
And of course, the younger voters tend to skew more Democratic. Mm-hmm. So in your students who are not only young voters now, but they're also politically minded because they're interested in studying this, what are some of the things that they are wanting to see in candidates, wanting to see in their party to reinvigorate things?
So I would say the main thing that tends to be lacking a little bit is that feeling of being inspired by a candidate, of having the impression that they're going to deliver on some campaign planks and promises, which in the messaging, perhaps you've seen a better job of stressing that on the Trump side and on the Harris side in terms of stressing what has been achieved in the past. So that's what I see in my students. For them not to be disillusioned with politics, they do need to see a little bit of concrete elements that come to fruition.
Did they have any predictions on how this was going to go? Did they have any insight?
It's a small sample, like it's a few students, sure. But we're talking probably the perspective that Harris was going to win by, or it's going to be probably in better shape than she is right now. Nothing is set in stone. There's still Pennsylvania that's where the urban areas is still undercounted compared to counties where Trump is doing better. So those things can still change as we go. But my students were definitely seeing through the lenses of investing in a candidate that they want to win, and that is part of starting in politics, I guess, a little bit.
Interesting. All right. Thank you, Adrian. We want to take a look at those congressional numbers again. We're going to keep updating you on this. Here we are in the 1st district. Again, these are some updated numbers. So again, we did see that flip here. Incumbent Mariannette Miller-Meeks is trailing now 49.1% to her challenger, Christina Bohannan, at 50.6%. Let's move on to the 2nd district. This one has been called for incumbent Republican Ashley Hinson at 56.1% to Sarah Corkery at 41.8%. And this one was considered one of the secure races in our state, so playing out as predicted. In House District 3, again, this was the big one we have been really honing in on all night because those numbers have been kind of flip-flopping. We have Republican incumbent Zack Nunn at 51.1%. We're starting to see him pull away from that extremely tight margin there. Lanen Baccam sitting at 48.9%. And in the 4th district, this was a runaway for Randy Feenstra, the incumbent, the Republican there, 73.7%, to Ryan Melton at 26.3%. All right, Larissa Leone is at the Republican headquarters right now. She's been following the Trump campaign. She's going to give us a little bit of what's happening on the stage there.
Killing babies up until the day of birth, and I think Iowans rejected that wholeheartedly tonight from that line. I see a lot of great supporters out there. Thank you for many doors that were knocked for all of our candidates all across the state. Hopefully you're excited as we are to continue to cut taxes, pass balanced budget, continue to promote freedoms here in the state of Iowa. And again, thank you all for your support. We have a great team. Let's continue to celebrate because again, Iowa is the freedom capital of the Midwest. Thank you.
Yeah, Stephanie, what you just heard was some of our Republican leaders just speaking after more of those results just start to trickle in. And of course, we had Pat the Grassley up there, and we had a couple of others certainly just getting that last final push of encouragement as those numbers start to trickle in. I do believe that we might have a couple of other speakers, so we'll send it right back to you.
Okay, guys, so we're coming back on air here. Larissa, thank you very much. So obviously, we're still just getting these results in. I want to go back to talking about the race there between Zack Nunn and Lanen Baccam. At this point, is there any way for Baccam to win this?
Look, my hope, obviously, wanting Lanen to win, but the simple fact of the matter is that number had to be at 38 and 40,000 out of Polk County, and it was only at 28 or 29,000. This is not the way the district is built or drawn up. There's not enough votes for a Democrat if you don't have that 38 to 40,000 vote lead coming out of Polk County. So I just gave the long answer to the quick answer of no. There's just not enough votes there.
Yeah. And, obviously very disappointing for those Democrats out here. So I guess the next question I have is what's next for both parties? I mean, does this shape what legislation might even look like for Republicans if you see that you're picking up seats? Clearly people like what Republicans are doing in some way, shape, or form.
I don't know that it'll change legislation in the direction, but I do think there certainly could be a belief that what they can do next, that they're comfortable that Iowans accept what they're doing is good. So they might have, say, hey, we might not have taken on this one, but now we might. Hopefully, they don't do that too much because that's how you get majorities chipped away is when you overreach. So we'll just see how they handle it. I think that's a logical thing for Republicans to discuss next. Like, what can we do that's useful, that's good for all Iowans? And are those things that we should temper a little bit because if we overreach, these are historic margins in the Iowa House and the Iowa Senate, right? So be useful in your leadership, but then also be careful not to overreach.
And Pete, for Democrats, what's that next step? And I guess, you know, we see this all the time with both parties in terms of someone's going to lose at some point and someone has to go back to the drawing board. So what does going back to the drawing board look like?
I think that's where the fight's going to be. I was going to say, don't get me started. You saw me last time when you asked this question. Look, I think the Democrat Party has to go back to talking to people where they live and talking about working class issues. How am I going to make your life better with my economic policies, with what I'm going to stand for? And for the last 25 years, they've moved away from that, and that's what happens when you do that.
So what are these losing, per se, these losing issues for Democrats that they need to just abandon?
I don't think you need to abandon anything. I think it's what you prioritize. People want to know that you care about them. So you have to talk about things like their paycheck. You have to understand that it is not a positive thing to say, hey, eggs only went up 10 cents this year. Boy, that's sure better than the 23 cents it went up last year. And to poo-poo it with Ivy League kind of talk about, oh, you know, actually the economy's good if you look at the underlying fact. If I gotta go every day and I'm a working person and trying to figure out how I'm buying groceries, I don't wanna hear that. I wanna hear you say, I'm gonna make it better. And for some reason, they stopped doing that.
Clearly needs to be a change in messaging. That's what a lot of Democrats are going to be saying. Stephanie, let's send it back to you.
All right, Joseph, thank you. Appreciate that. And we're going to head out to Larissa Leone. She is standing by with Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird.
That's right, Stephanie, here with Brenna Bird. What do you think about tonight? How are the results are trickling in? How are you feeling?
Wow, what a night. You know, historic wins in the Iowa House, 67 seats. It's been a long time since we've seen something like that. And President Trump's numbers here in Iowa, amazing, great numbers, strong numbers coming out of Iowa.
And moving forward, obviously, we're still kind of collecting some of those things. What do you hope to see in some of the District 3?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, all that is still coming in. The night's still a little bit early as far as all those numbers coming in. And we're just, you know, keeping our eyes on the TV and seeing what's happening next.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride all night for us. Talk to me a little bit about what you hope is next for Iowa after the dust settles and this all calms down.
Well, one of the things that's really important to me with elections is just election integrity. And that's without regard to party. It's just making sure we're following the rules, that legal votes count and that illegal votes don't count. Just following the rules, doing it right, being the good Iowa community that we are with secure elections, protecting the vote.
Yeah, and we've been seeing kind of like the security that you guys have been putting out. Talk to me a little bit about how you're going to further that or maybe fine-tune it for next year.
Yeah, well, the Secretary of State, Paul Pate, has done a great job with making sure we have good cybersecurity and good security, and all the auditors around the state, too, doing a good job there. We're just also making sure in our office that the rules are being followed and that we're protecting the vote.
Yeah, obviously this isn't your first election. Talk to me a little bit about how you've been feeling throughout the whole night. You know, each of them have their own, they take you on their own ride.
Well, it's a great night, especially with the presidential race at stake, and to see the big win here in Iowa. I supported President Trump during the caucuses and campaigned with him all over Iowa, and so seeing him winning Iowa tonight big and seeing him winning across the country, it's exciting because we know what's in store for our country. We're going to start moving forward and fixing problems that are out there and just making America great again. That's what it's always been about.
You know, you just spoke about kind of the rapport that you have with former President Trump. If elected, how are you going to ensure that he's making Iowa a priority?
Well, President Trump loves Iowa. He loves agriculture. I'm from a farm. He loves farmers. And Iowa will always have a special place in his heart. I can tell you that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brenna Bird. We'll send it back to you, Stephanie.
We appreciate that, Larissa. Thank you very much. We're going to run through some final numbers before we sign off here for the night. So let's take a look at where the U.S. presidential race is shaping up. Of course, Iowa was called for former President Trump a while back here. But in the U.S. right now, Donald Trump holding a lead at 51.1% of the vote to Kamala Harris at 47.6%. And an update On the electoral votes, Trump is at 230, Harris at 209. Running through your congressional races now, we're going to start in the 1st District. We just recently saw a swap in these numbers here. Incumbent Republican Mariannette Miller-Meeks slightly trailing at 49.7 behind Christina Bohannan at 50.3. This was considered one of those vulnerable races in the U.S. House. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the night. Moving on into the 2nd District, this has been called for a Republican incumbent Ashley Hinson, 57.7% to Sarah Corkery at 41%. Let's take a look at the 3rd District. Again, we've been on this one all night here. Zack Nunn holding a small lead at 51.1%. He is the Republican incumbent hoping for a second term here. Lanen Baccam trailing slightly behind at 48.9%. This one has stayed close all night long. And in the 4th District, Randy Feenstra, the incumbent Republican, will be heading back to his seat at 70.2% of the vote to Ryan Melton at 29.8%. We are going to wrap up our coverage tonight on our platform here on We Are Iowa Plus. We will continue to update you on this platform with some of those results that are coming in, and we hope you will join us for Good Morning Iowa for the latest starting at 5 a.m. Have a great night.